very good afternoon to you if you're joining us here at Sydney Parade on what is a lovely, sunny, almost summer's day. Today's fair sees the Pembroke seconds taking on the seconds of Malahide, and this is in the Senior 2 Cup, the imaginatively titled Senior 2 Cup. Malahide have won the toss, and they've decided to bat first and try and put a total up on the board. Yes, please. And director, our camera person and director this morning, Amanda Dunlop. So Joe Prendergast, the captain of the second 11, will take the new ball and he'll get us underway. And he starts with a dot. This is a big long match, 50 overs. So everyone will get used to being in the field and worrying about such things later on. Well, the umpire's signalling wide straight away, which suggests he doesn't think anybody touched it. Joe Prendergast with a half-strangled appeal. I think in his heart he knew that there was no edge on that and was just hoping to get away with the wide. Wasn't to be, and Malahide are on the score now, and they have moved to 1. Oh, a slower ball from Prendergast on this occasion, messing up with the timing of Kandulja. A few technical difficulties, but now we watch Prendergast coming in again. He's gone onto the pads again, and it's whipped around on the leg side, and that's another boundary. And this is an expensive first over for Pembroke. 9 off it, and still 2 balls to come. Not exactly the start that Captain Joe would have been looking for. Afternoon, Ethan. Ethan Clark it is, doing fielding at third man, right close to our commentary position. He hasn't had much to do so far. Another one drifts down the leg side. Still 2 balls to go. We're up to 10 off the over. Crashed away on the offside again. It's deflected past the fielder. They'll take 2 here, no doubt. No, just stick with 1. Good chasing down from the Pembroke players. And still 1 ball to come in this over. It's already been a 7 ball over. It's going to be 8. Those 2 wides. Oh, what a beautiful day in Sydney Parade today. If you are in the area, may I suggest you come down. It's going to be gorgeous on the wall. There's a bit of a sea breeze, but again, if you're sitting on the wall, you won't feel that. And there's plenty of blue sky above. So I would encourage people to turn up, certainly later on this afternoon, for what could be a cracking cup tie between these rivals, Malahide and Pembroke. A couple of years ago, they did double the seconds. This one takes an edge. It gets past Zach and runs away to the boundary. Zach McCabe made a great effort to stop that one at slip. It wasn't to be. And now from the St John's end, we're going to see Dan Murray. We needed you yesterday, Johnny. The score was 22 for 2 off 2. 222 for 2 off 22 or something. It just fitted you perfectly. Dan Murray a bit wide with his first delivery. It's cut away to third. The fielder gets down to it. He does save it, but it doesn't stop Malahide picking up another 2. And runs flowing for Malahide at the moment. 15 off the first 7 balls. It's popped up. Oh my word. Well, the batsman didn't know an awful lot about that. That one just popped up on the offside, but no fielder close enough to take advantage this time. Still, it's a good start for Pembroke. Dan Murray. It was when he put down a catch, Johnny. That was the... Another one wide, cut away to third. It'll just be a single. No point running a second to that. Malahide will be delighted with the start they've made. And it's unusual for Joe to bowl a couple of wides like that in his over and get smacked. He's usually one of the most economical bowlers in the club. He may not be the fastest man in town, but by goodness, his accuracy is just nagging line and length. When he slips into that groove, he becomes very hard to get away. Dan Murray, a bit more youth, a bit less experience on his side. He relies more on his pace and movement. Good bit of movement there. The umpire, well, Pat Carthy may have been close to widing that one. You can just about see the blue lines on your screen. Do you know, it's the first time I've seen a Malahide side for a while that hasn't had Connor Gibbons in it. Connor Gibbons was Malahide's... Yeah, he was another Dorian Gray, just like Bill Whaley. He just kept trundling in, left arm over. Such a good bowler, good player for Malahide, great club servant. It's a shame he's not here today. Hopefully he'll come down and have a look. As Dan Murray comes in. Good bit of pace, good bit of carry through to the keeper. And the batsman, well, he shakes that one off, but that was a very good delivery from Murray. Of course, only having one Murray playing today, you can just say Murray now. You don't have to preface anything with which one.
Last season there were 2 down, one down, one Daniel.
Another good ball. This is a good over from Murray. He, like Prendergast, did have a wide. But just 4 off his first over. The score has moved on to 19 without loss after 2 overs. Well, last night in the club, we had the celebration of the first win against Coleraine. It ended up being a bit of a one-sider, but it was an absolute delight to watch. Tim Tector and Nick Stapleton reached tons to watch the fireworks at the end of the innings. That's a nice shot through the offside. It was just too wide from Prendergast. It slapped away through the covers and 4 more onto the score. Yeah, and for Pembroke to reach a total of 394 in 50 overs was an exceptional effort and really did put the game beyond Coleraine yesterday. They were all out for 110. Just a single, push down the ground. It's a bit more like it. Well, he just waved a bat at that. That one went through to the keeper. Sam Murphy, keeper today. He did such a good job last time the seconds played here that I remember. And certainly he'll be pushing Danny Hogan close for the keeping job on the first, the way he's going at the moment. A few runs is what Hogan brings the side. He brought some very quick runs yesterday. He scored 31 off about 13, I think. I'd have to go back and check my notes, but that sounds about right. And really gave the innings some impetus at the end to get them up to that 294. 394, yes, even better. Well, Joe will be hoping to keep Malahide well below that. This one's going to land safely on the turf. Fielder can't get out there quickly enough. They'll just take a single. That one getting over the player. Oh, Joe making a change now. He's sent out extra cover and he's brought up third man. Now the batsman, if he's noticed, may look to play just down to third now, an open area. Joe puts it outside, the off stump for him. It's a much better over from Prendergast, just the 6 coming from it on this occasion. 25 without loss after 4 overs. There's a coffee machine in there for you now, you know.
There with a coffee pot in front for it. Like, what am I going to do? Drink it. Exactly.
Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't come down with the pot, so.
No. Or I should have done that.
Let's take back the old cups. No, I was getting his steps in now.
I may or may not.
Next person going up to the clubhouse has to take the dirty cups. Or if somebody comes into the ground.
Yeah. She knows. At least one of them was here.
Or inside edge onto the pads. As you can see, second slip, doing the star impression. That has to be one of the longest appeals, longest silent appeals. Now Pembroke would like a breakthrough here, just to almost take a breath in this game. Plenty of runs off the bat. Plenty of extras as well. That's clothed. And the catch is taken. Well, that's a good wicket, and Pembroke do make that breakthrough, and the first wicket falls. All he could do was fend at that one. It popped up, and I think it was Dale McDonough who, you can see Dan just decided to leave it, and that's Dale coming in, skidding over his own pitch. And so casual and cool the way he catches it and then just tosses it to the umpire. That's out. Tell your story, Walking. Well, that's a good start then. Murray picks up the first wicket. He's 1 for 4 off 8 deliveries. And that is exactly what Pembroke needed. They couldn't let Malahide get away too quickly, and with too good a base, they need to take some wickets, and that's the first one gone. Super catch from McDonough, made a lot of ground, got underneath it. They're playing on one of the knitted pitches today.
Hybrid.
I like for the word knitted. It just gives the idea that there's a grandma somewhere knitting cricket pitches.
So the crochet pitch over here, a few pitches to the right.
Like the artificial. That's, yeah, needlepoint is that one. But the pitch they're playing on is a hybrid pitch. It has nylon strands injected into it along its length. I had a look at the pitch before the game, and they actually, you can actually quite clearly see them and feel them now. Yeah, absolutely. I don't know, but they do a great job. I was told you can either play twice as many games on them, or if you play the normal amount, it will heal in half the time because of the nylon. It was a fascinating machine to watch put.
Stitching the pitch.
I'm not recording you, but people might hear some of the second half of the conversation if I do that. Yeah, laser-controlled sewing machine, basically it was. Murray coming in with real pace now, real bounce. New batsman, A. Paul. That's another good ball from Murray. He's asking questions of the batsman here today. Paul is being quite sensible. He's not trying to play that pull shot. So many wickets have fallen to the pull shot here in Sydney Parade this year, whether it be in the Interprovincials or Division 17. Everything in between. You really do need to get yourself in, just like Tim Tector did yesterday, just like Nick Stapleton did it yesterday. Nick Stapleton told me that the first 20 balls he faced, he just couldn't get going. His timing was off and everything else. But he was very fortunate in that he had Tim Tector down the other end blazing away, so there was no great hurry. And he played himself in, and the patience paid off. He ended up with 144. And the fireworks at the end of the Pembroke innings, well, that Pembroke innings contained 32 fours and 16 sixes. I don't know how many balls were lost, but I would guess a dozen anyway. Prendergast to continue. It's out uppish, one bounce, and the fielder, Greg Hollins, square the wicket just behind point, that sort of John T. Rhodes position that we all wanted to be back in the 90s. Bit of teamwork going on there. It's amazing how the taking of the first wicket can just change the complexion of the game, the mood of the game, the mood of the players. Malahide had got off to 25 without loss, without doing a huge amount, and would have been feeling good. But then suddenly a wicket falls, new batsman back in. Fielders are a bit more on their toes. They're looking for chances. Just played down on the leg side. That's just a defensive shot. No intention on trying to get that one away. And from a first over where he conceded, what was it, 15 runs from the first over, he's now just 2 balls away from a maiden. And then I go and spoil it all by saying something stupid. Ethan Clark is the one fielding, and he gets it back in. 3 of them chasing that down. Good to see. That a ball from Prendergast, bringing the batsman forward. Pushed at it. That's what Joe's looking for at the moment, and he's now completed his 3rd over. Still wicketless, conceded 23. And no doubt Dan Murray now will continue from the St John's end. Once again, it seems like we're a day without the dart, so it'll be an exceptionally quiet Sydney Parade. You can hear the bird song in the background. So Dan Murray, in he comes. Very recognisable as a Murray run-up. A late call for a single, but it's there. Full-length ball from Murray this time, and the batsman keeps it out. it here, Ash. Then you can watch the screen as well as watch the... There you go, so this is like your replays, you know? It's very close to live, that screen. No, no.
No, I'm just saying no from here. I feel like I'm actually going to pick the
In line. It gives us a chance to adjudicate on LBW decisions. This one just played down to gully. Our scoring rate has considerably slowed since the loss of that wicket. And Duja has moved on to 19 from 20. He got off very quickly. He was the one who had a go at Joe's first over. And Joe then helped him with a couple of wides as well. Oh, not using the full face of the bat at all there. Another single. Oh, just starting to just try and pick up again now. Oh, chance at mid-wicket. It was wide of Clark. And it just touches the rope. And it's 4 runs. But that was quite aerial. Lovely shot for 4. It was in the air. It got past Clark. It was wide of him. Wide and telescopic. Prendergast to begin his 4th over. The score has moved on to 33 for 1. And we've had 6 overs. Prendergast well awake, well alive to the possibility of the caught and bowled. This one it dragged out, square of the wicket. Another dot ball. Prendergast seeming to have found his line and length now. And as I say that, he strays onto the pads. It's played down to Dan Murray, long leg. It's another single. That'll bring Paul on strike. It was wide of you. It was close, but put it this way, I didn't describe it as a dropped chance or dropped opportunity. It was wide of you, but another foot closer to you, it would have been very interesting. Ethan Clark fielding down here at 3rd. Well, that's pulled out square on the leg side. It was just too short from Prendergast. Seems a little bit out of sorts with the ball today. He's going for a few runs, all right. It could be that he'll make an early change and hope to come back later on. The ball is now up on the bank somewhere. It's been mislaid. Well, the hunt goes on for the ball. Everybody on the pitch can see it, but the person who's over there looking can't. Too close to the trees to see the wood. There's now 2 searching, and it looks like it's the blind leading the blind. You might see that come up on your screen now. Go on then. Let's see what's going on over there. Finally, we get the ball back. It even remained in Pembroke, unlike some that have gone out of the ground. Hmm? Seven overs gone now, 38 for 1. And then we have some of our spectators who have made the journey across from Malahide, sitting down in Con's Nook. And I'll tell you, those two are here for every interprovincial, for every Malahide game. They love their cricket. Very full from Murray on this occasion. Do you want to commentate on your brother's bowling? He's bowling with a bit of pace and aggression today. Well, it did everything. It beat the keeper. It's running away to the boundary, and it's made its way there for 4 byes. Well, Sam Murphy won't be too happy with that, but very difficult ball to take. Hmm? Okay. Many thanks to those of you who have tuned in and are watching this Senior 2 Cup game between Malahide and Pembroke. Dan Murray it is bowling from the St John's end. Just play down to third, take an easy single. Well, that's just clipped away beautifully. Language swing of the bat. Made contact. Slipped away down to fine leg. 4 onto the total. Lovely shot. Dan just losing his line there. Looking for the Yorker. Well, this time Murray gets a firm forward defence from Paul. It's played away on the offside, easily fielded. That's the end of the over. 47 for 1. A long way to go here. 8 overs gone so far. 2 more of the power play, and then we're into 40 overs to go. Many thanks to our scorer today, Graham Mooney. He's sitting next to his Malahide counterpart. Graham provided the live score that enables us to bring you the graphics and the worm and the Manhattan team lineups. How do I add pictures? That's what I want to know. Yeah.
I have no idea how they get in there.
Don't change your bowling here now. Mark Berry is the bowler. Joe making that change. Berry, he has a very whippy action, doesn't he? There's a commuter train going through. It's the first train I've seen today. There is that action, and he nearly found the edge of the bat there, but it's okay because wait is the call. No, it's routine maintenance. Well, yesterday it was closed completely. There may be a limited service today. Well, they're looking for 2. Oh, there's 2 at the same end again. He's going to get back in time. He didn't overcommit. His partner made sure of that. Plenty of no's was spoken. And they settled for just the 1 run. Lovely bird song in the background. I think we're in an aviary. Perhaps we are. Another one on the pads, clipped away. There's nobody out there on mid-wicket. And he's coming around, and teamwork gets the ball back to the bowler. And that will bring up the Malahide 50. And they've got there for only the loss of 1 wicket, and they've done so within the power play. This one's in the air. The cries of catch it, but there's nobody within 20 yards of where it lands. And it'll just be a single. Plenty of cricket on in Sydney Parade this week. Wednesday sees the women's thirds playing at home. Thursday sees the women's firsts at home. Friday sees the Island over 50s, including our very own Gordon Clark and Dave O'Riordan, taking on the England over 50s. And then next Saturday and Sunday, of course, we will have games to bring you. So, if you are a fan of Pembroke or Pembroke cricket, or just cricket in general, we'd love it if you could subscribe to this channel. Like and subscribe, isn't that the phrase people use? The young people these days? Well, I've been quite publicly stating that our target is to get to 1,000 subscribers. Well, the first ball just gets clipped round the corner. Just a single. So, we currently stand stood last night at 929 subscribers, which to me is absolutely amazing, and thank you very much to each and every one of you. But as I say, that target of 1,000 will enable Niall to turn off as many ads as possible. I don't see too many ads on our stream, but I'm looking at it from the other side. First light aircraft of the day brings to mind that wonderful episode in Canberra when David Gower and John Morris hired a Tiger Moth and buzzed the ground that England were playing at. John Morris never played for England again, and David Gower was very much in the bad books for a very long time. Through to the keeper, well left by the batsman. No real trouble there, despite the cries of anguish you may have heard on the field. Yeah, that would have been the late 80s, I'd say. Gower and the Tiger Moth.
I like the way Dan framed his run up in the shot. It just turns perfectly in the corner.
Hit back at the bowler. Good reflexes from the young lad. The weariness of life hasn't yet dulled his reflexes, that's for sure. Smack back at him, and he's straight there. One hand, left hand into right. It was unlikely they were going to try and take a single on him there. He was standing halfway down the pitch. Very full ball on this occasion, and this has been a good spell from Dan Murray. And Pembroke have needed it. At the other end, they've been leaking runs. You can see Dan Murray 1 for 16 from his 5 overs. So 37 runs have come from the other end. And extras. Power play done now, 10 overs. You may see a little spread in the field. You may even see Mark Berry continuing from the nursery end. 53 for 1 off 10 overs. Malahide will probably be the happier of the two. Berry again, he's trying to cramp the batsman, but he's giving him, if anything, a little bit too much room on the leg side. It's a 5-4 field at the moment, 5 on the offside. This one just play down the ground. Mid-on takes that quite comfortably. So Ethan Clark at third man. Zach McCabe at long leg. Noah Smith at mid-wicket. And that's the players outside the circle. And those are the footprints of Ethan Clark, but he's not going to get there in time. And it crashes over the boundary. First boundary we've seen for a while. This time it's played straight to Greg Hollins. Neat bit of fielding from him. Just cut away down to third, where Ethan Clark will try and stop a second, and due to the distance he had to travel to fetch the ball, he wasn't able to on this occasion. You're waiting for me to say something now. So it's there or thereabouts. I can't actually see anything moving. Oh, I did then. Oh, yeah. I see what you mean. One other change of bowling now. This is a good change. Warwick Flanagan coming on at St John's end. Nicely down on one knee. Plays it away on the offside. Not trying to overhit it. Trying to clear the boundary. Captain of the first, Nick Stapleton, down on the ground with us today. Obviously keeping an eye on the seconds in case he's posed any selection questions. Also good to see who's in form. You would say on performances so far this year, Joe Prendergast having that spot on the first for that cup game yesterday. But it's good to see other candidates putting their names up for promotion from the seconds. Steve, in answer to your question, no, there are no plans to change the name of the club. And part of the reason is Pembroke's first ever game was against a Sandymount team, so we're not that team. 1868, 24th of April. A date that will live in infamy. They've all got it. Infamy. So no, it will remain Pembroke. No, it hasn't been an amalgamation. A number of players have joined Pembroke. And despite David Streak's insistence on calling this Claremont Parade, we will remain at Sydney Parade, and we will certainly remain Pembroke Cricket Club. Founded in the same year as Hines. Heinz means beans. Tony O'Reilly, who passed away yesterday, was once their chief executive. Oh, it's driven down the ground and it's aerial, but there's no fielder directly behind the bowler, and that's exactly where it went. And 4 more onto the total. Malahide will be sitting there, the slightly happier of the two teams. Just played aerial right over the umpire's head. You could see that from that camera. And then the ball was always accelerating quicker than the players were. 4 runs onto the total. It's the end of the over. Malahide going very well at the moment. Captain Joe Prendergast, he's got a few things on his mind, no doubt, at the moment.
Yeah, I'm good. Just don't want to run all the way back up.
Taking a fresh look at the game now. He's gone down to 3rd man. Perhaps a different perspective.
How are you?
Joe.
I think Noah can go.
Don't forget those microphones are live.
You're co-commentating.
You can ask me a question if you want.
Just punched away on the leg side. There's a fielder chasing after it. It's Ethan Clark. Will he get it to before the rope? Yes, he will. And now we're almost looking for a 3rd. The score moves from 69. Good morning, James, to 71 for 4.
Hey, Paul.
Comes off the edge of the bat. Dale McDonough all over that. Two of the victorious firsts making their way down Cyril's way. Paul Lawson took 4 wickets yesterday. And Nick Stapleton, who scored 144. Tucked away around the corner. Easy single. Second's an unusual team in that I don't think they've too many spin options. Drop down to 3rd and the captain will pick that up. And the keeper will just allow it to, just slow it down a bit. End of the over. 13 overs done now. The score has moved on 73 for 1. Yeah, Wild Bill from Sandymount CC. No, I mean, character in his own right, Steve. I don't think it really matters what the club is called. Wild Bill is Wild Bill. These are Wild Bill. Flanagan to continue. Played away, but well fielded at point. A little bit of an Olay. Of course, the Premier League has its final games of the season. Always a reason to celebrate, as far as I'm concerned anyway. This is going quite well for Malahide now. Moving along at a decent rate, putting in a good foundation, and these two batsmen have been there long enough now to feel that they're in. They'll be looking for 2 here as the fielder has a lot of ground to cover. Really very good piece of fielding by Noah Smith. Had a huge amount of ground to cover. Made it. The big arm got the ball back in quickly. This one's in the air. Captain Joe Prendergast takes the catch. Flanagan has a wicket. Pembroke take their second, and Paul departs for 27 off 24 balls. And Pembroke needed that. Malahide were starting to put together a very nice stand. They'd put on a 50 partnership, and then over-ambitious shot, trying to play it down the ground again. Too high on the bat, not off the middle. It looped up where the captain could come round and take, well, I would never say any catch is simple, but it would be on the easier side of the scale, perhaps, once he made the distance. So, 75 for 2 now. A. Doyle is our next batsman. As A. Paul goes back to the dressing rooms. In the air, carved away off the top of the bat. Smith again, he'll keep this one to a single. Well, it's a rash little shot. And as Nursey said in Blackadder, it wouldn't be the first little rash. Nice day here today in Pembroke. Bit of a hazy sky. It's not brilliant sunshine, but it's warm enough. On the Pete Prendergast weather scale, one would say it would be the baseball cap, t-shirt and shorts today. And that's the end of another over. Better one for Pembroke. 76 for 2 now, Malahide, having chosen to bat, having won the toss. And whilst not making hay, they're doing okay. Make them pay, pay, pay. I say. Mark Berry continuing from the nursery end. Well into his spell now. No success as yet, but with a new batsman at the non-striker's end. He's trying to bring it back into the right-hander, but on that occasion started down the wrong line, and so it slipped down the leg side for a wide. Any balls bowled down the leg side are automatically deemed wides.
Go flat. Very good. Very good, Mark.
Daniel Murray has bowled 5 overs, 1 for 16. And Joe Prendergast, he's bowled 4 overs, and they went for 28. Mark Berry is currently bowling from the nursery end. 3 overs. First 3 overs went for 18. And this one's already gone for 2 from 2 balls. And Pembroke Flanagan, 2 overs, 1 for 11. And the wickets have fallen at 25 and 75.
Mark has bowled. This is his 4th.
Another one goes down the leg side, another one gets added onto the total. And this is something that the thirds don't necessarily want. And there is a dart. My goodness. Haven't seen one of those for a few days. You can hear the rumble of it. It just reminds you. Mass transit. This one is played through on the offside. It gets past McDonough. Smith comes in from the boundary. Nice throw to the keeper. That one nearly popping up. It went straight to Zach McCabe on the bounce this time. Also 4 o'clock today, as well as the start of the last round of Premier League games in round ball. Returning to cricket, the Irish team will be taking on the Dutch. In a T20 in The Hague. The Netherlands having beaten Scotland yesterday. And there is the batting card so far. Timsy Kanduja. He's moved on to 35. Paul, he did very well. They put that partnership of 50 together. And he has departed for 27. Flanagan to continue. Plays it around the corner. Again, just possibly a little too straight from Flanagan. Family playing in the mobile net to our left. Great to see people down. It's great to see training on a Sunday. Cut away to third again. That's what Pembroke will want, is a batsman who's trying to play shots. Bar yet, not yet open. Nice work from Murphy behind the sticks. Plenty of chirp in the Pembroke field now. Captain Joe Prendergast looking a little pensive. Arms folded. Good delivery. I think he's dropping hints. oohs and ahs from the Pembroke fielders, but it was very definitely off the face of the bat. With that sea breeze, there's a little bit of a chill, isn't there? What are you looking for? Yes. And you know where mine are. If you're going to the car, could you grab the Belvedere thing off the back seat for me? It's getting a little chillier here now. That's just because I'm sat under the gazebo again, which is very good for my complexion, but very bad for my temperature. Goes short and wide, and it's cracked away. And I'll be most surprised if that doesn't reach the rope. It does. Nice shot. It was just short and wide, that one, and he put it away. 4 more onto the total. Coran Duleja, he's now moved on to 40. Thanking you. Oh my goodness, it is nice and warm. It's been sitting in the sun. Another change of bowling now. Joe Prendergast, well, all his pondering has led him to turn to spin. And it will be Bruce Whaley coming on at the nursery end, who will use his off spin to bamboozle the batsman. First round cup game this, of course. It's like a playoff, really. It's lose and go home. No need to worry about bonus points, or it's just win or lose. So, Dale McDonough helping with the setting of the field. He's got 4 on the offside. He's got Cow Corner well covered. That's Zach McCabe down there. Mid-wicket. And there is a sweeper on the offside. Who brings that one back? Just tucked around towards the square leg umpire. Well, that one nearly snuck its way through. Batsman's eyes lit up. He thought he was going to power it away on the offside. It would have gone away on the leg side. This one in the air. It's hit down the ground. There is a fielder there. He's taken the catch. And Bruce Whaley immediately making the breakthrough in his first over. And Malahide 89 for 3 now. A. Doyle departs with just 4 to his name. Couldn't resist the temptation and fell to a fine catch. And it looks like the players are now going to take drinks. Well, it's been a fascinating first 16.5 overs. Bruce Whaley with figures of 1 for 2 from the .5. And you can see there that the sea breeze continues, and it just drops the temperature a little bit. But lovely conditions for playing, and if you're out in the sun or down the wall, I'm sure it's very nice there too. There are the Pembroke bowling figures so far. You can see Bruce Whaley's 1 for 2. Well, that's the wicket that has brought the drinks break a ball early. Flanagan 1 for 18. And Daniel Murray 1 for 16. Economy rates, well, not as bad as I feared. But 89 for 3. And they're going along quite nicely, you can see. Just about 5 1/3. There's that second over that went for a lot of runs. Distorts the rest of the graph, of course. But it's fairly steady as they go for Malahide. There is the worm. You can see how the frustrations of an over not conceding many runs has led to a wicket on 2 occasions. The first and the third. And whilst the players take a drink, we'll take a short break here too in the commentary box. Ross Garvey asking what time the bar will be open. Well, it's not open at the moment, but I will of course inform you as soon as I see a bar person or sign of life in the bar. Well, the umpires have had their drink. They're back in the middle. 2 teams, well, they're not quite ready. New batsman will be coming out for Malahide. Bruce Whaley having taken a wicket with the assistance of his fielders. Joe Prendergast with 2 catches so far today, including that last one. Neither one really troubling. But it's not a cheering huddle. I don't mind huddles. What I don't want is the basketball sort of high fives. Best left in the dressing rooms. Duja, he's on 41. We wait to see who comes out to join him. Joe Prendergast would be delighted that that vindicates his decision to turn to spin. Looks very warm out there today. So 1 ball to finish this over from Bruce Whaley. And that is the over. And a super over it was too, as far as Pembroke were concerned. Not only did they take a wicket, they got a drink as well. Well, our scorer nearly back to his table. You'll notice the live scoring not quite up to date at the moment, and we'll give him a moment to get everything back in place. Yeah, amongst our viewers yesterday, we said we were worldwide with Pembroke fans far and wide, and in fact Coleraine fans far and wide, as well as Portugal. It turns out we were being watched in the Caribbean as well. Flanagan brings Smith in off the offside boundary, brings him into the ring. And this one's just played away. Nice dot ball. Holland it is who's come in at number 5. Inside edge onto the pads, definitely 2 noises there. Still, every batsman is always a little bit nervous. Has the umpire heard it, seen it? You're up to date on that. Jordan Holland it is. He's yet to get off the mark. That's a fine over from Flanagan. That's the sort of control his captain was looking for. And that brings its own pressure. Is a great help to Bruce Whaley. You're better off going in front. Tossed up by Whaley. Battle of wills going on here. So often, batsmen confuse themselves once they start thinking. That one's nicely played up. It would be an easy single. Now Bruce is bringing the fielder at long on into the ring. He's looking for the cloth shot. This one slides across the batsman. Must have gone over the stumps. Oh, delicately played, but there is a fielder there. Warwick Flanagan making sure no run taken. Another good over from Whaley. Suddenly the runs have dried up for Malahide. 91 for 3. "19 overs gone now." And for those of you wondering, no, the bar isn't open yet. Although the capacity of the nook now has been reached. 4 people there. Flanagan with a very good length ball. Jammed up against the bottom of the bat. Great piece of fielding in the ring. Saved many runs there. Granduja, he's closing in on his half century. He's made it to 43, and he must have thought that was going to get him to 47. But a great dive. Prevented the ball running away. Goes for the shot again. This time he does beat the dive of Zach McCabe. Noah Smith matching him stride for stride. And the ball reaches the rope. And 4 more. Cut away for third. The call is 2. It's an early call for 2, and they will make 2. Closing in on 3 figures now, Malahide. Delivery. Pembroke would love to take another wicket before Malahide crossed the 100 mark. He's got him. He's got him. That is a smart piece of work from Sam Murphy. Absolutely times that to perfection, whipped off the bails, and the square leg umpire, the batsman knew he was in trouble. He knew he hadn't got back. And Murphy, well, he takes an absolutely amazing stumping. Here it is again. Stumped off a wide. His foot came up. Batsman knew he'd never got anything back there. The square dog umpire, well, he confirmed it. And Jordan Holland, he departs far earlier than he would have wanted to. And you see a leg side stumping. So it's a wide and a wicket. Afternoon, good. Shoebridge comes in now. Shoebridge. Left-hander. Flanagan immediately switches around the wicket. $99 for 4. Well, I was talking about taking a wicket before they reached 100, and that's exactly what happened. For once. Played off the hip, down to line leg. There is a fielder down there. Short boundary down there today, down to the nook. Four people filling the two benches. Bruce Whaley's first ball gets hit straight back at him. JP cleaning the matters up. Sam Murphy demonstrating his football prowess as well as his keeping. Whaley on this occasion trying to be very full. They turned it into a full toss, which was just played to a gap where they could take a single. Now with the left-hander, Noah Smith comes in from the boundary into the ring. And Clark going into slip. Whaley will be turning it away from the left-hander. Needs to get it to pitch. Well, that was tight. Oh, I didn't hit the replay button, so that won't be coming up again. But again, Sam Murphy demonstrating his sharpness. I didn't make it over to the replay button. Same buttons. Okay. 100 for 4 then, after 21 overs. Flanagan right on the spot. Shoebridge right behind it. Sounds like it's time for Ashwin to go to work. Oh, he's chopped it onto his own stumps. Another wicket for Pembroke, another one for Flanagan. The batsman is distraught. He just knows he's just under-edged that onto his own stumps. And Kanduja, his innings comes to an end. He scored 45, nearly half his side's runs. And then he's been unfortunate enough to chop one back onto his stumps, and Pembroke pick up the 5th wicket with 100 on the board, and Pembroke will be the happier of the two teams now, just as Malahide thought they were doing well. And here is a replay. Slightest of edges, bringing it down onto the stumps. And you can see how long he stood there going, what have I done? How did that happen? And then without any real answers, he has to walk back to the pavilion. Live scoring not quite keeping up with us today. This has been good from Pembroke. Malahide have had a couple of stands looking like they were going to come together. Each time Pembroke have broken those. Flanagan now with 3 for 27. That camera, record the last 10 seconds, play it. Okay, yeah.
If you're in the replay, if you hit a replay and you hear that, it's a spinner and they're ball again. Oh.
Well, it's updated now. 100 for 5 in this, the 22nd over. Two batsmen out the crease now, yet to get off the mark. Can Pembroke press home their perceived advantage now? Poor at Flanagan once again proving his worth. He's provided good control, under 5 and over. But after that, he's also taken 3 wickets. This one is, well, I thought it came off the batsman. It must have come off the wicket-keeper, and it ran away, and it's wides. Parashurama is facing now. Oh, another one, he got a bit cramped on there. Played it with, well, he tried to show he was playing it with a straight bat, but he wasn't. And that's the end of another good over for Pembroke. 103 for 5. Bruce Whaley again, bowling to left-hander again. Batsman playing Whaley on the back foot. Good work again by Murphy down the leg side. He's getting a little bit too much practice at that, really. Another wide down the leg side. Don't forget they're live, and those ones. Oh, just chipped up in the air on the leg side, but wide of the fielder. Just outside the off stick of the left-hander, and he pokes it into a gap. He'll take just the one. That's the end of that over. Whaley now. One for 9 off 4. Going along very nicely indeed. Malahide in a period of rebuilding here. Still plenty of overs. 23 gone, 27 to go. It's those 5 wickets down, which could prove to be a bit too much of a handicap. It will certainly delay any assault on the last overs. He just turned on that very nicely, played it down, and now he's willing to take on the fielder's arm, and he gets back for a second. That's well run. Good. They even brought water.
Hear it.
No. No. They even brought water for it.
Obviously.
Obviously. Well, he's pulled that one around again, and this time it finds the boundary. Flanagan just fed that shot.
Making me curious.
Well, you're here now.
No. Don't do it. There.
Yeah. Yeah.
Put it through.
Shoebridge with a couple of good shots. Now Flanagan goes round the wicket, attacks the stumps.
Because I'm not here now. But I'm not putting the camera down here for you and giving you the handle.
Well, that's true too. That's much better from Flanagan. Probing outside that off stump. Don't mind the single down to third. Excellent delivery. Batsman didn't know a huge amount about that. Great way to finish the over. 119 for 5 now. Game has entered that sort of mid-innings lull, where they're not willing to lose too many more wickets. Just want to occupy the crease, take up some of these overs. The runs will come. Malahide really don't want to lose any more wickets between now and, say, 150. Or between now and Niles' point. Just played away on the offside. Played around the corner, but not with any great confidence. More shovelled than shot. As the left-hander Shoebridge comes on to strike, you can see the sight screen. Batsman being very watchful at the moment. Thought that one was there to sweep. Picks up the wide anyway. Decides to let that one go. Not the dot ball. 2 to come. Swept around the corner. Ethan Clark doing a good job of making sure it went no further. Another over goes by. We'll just have a quick look, see what else is happening in Leinster cricket. Balbriggan seconds in this cup are entertaining civil service, and Balbriggan have reached 143 for 6, and they've just gone past the halfway mark. Wexford Wanderers, well, they're also in the Senior 2 Cup. Their first team are 59 for 7 at home to Adamstown firsts. North Kildare seconds are 91 for 8 against Merrion seconds, also in the Senior 2 Cup. And continuing with that competition, Rush are 89 for 3 against Clontarf seconds in Rush. Well, Flanagan taking a break. Joe Prendergast coming on for his 5th over. Change of ends for Joe, maybe a change of fortunes. Well, it's an early call. They want 2, and they're going to take 2, and they're going to get 2. Leinster seconds are 97 for 3 at home to Longford. And after that, we're down to lifted out on the leg side. It gets over the fielder, and it goes for 6. Super shot that. Just did enough to clear that fielder on the boundary and landed straight into the bushes. I suppose that's one where I should have pressed some buttons. There'll be a bit of a search for that ball now. It went straight in at the back of a spiky plant. Afternoon. A few more players now heading over to the spiky plant. Guy in the yellow shirt is closest, I think. I think Sam Murphy is on the right side. See people taking a little bit of a rest. Batsmen having a little bit of a chat. Well, there's going to be a change of ball. And in the meantime, they found the original. $126 for 5 now. Cut away to third. Easy single there. Parashurama. He's moving on. 13 now from 15 deliveries. You're actually better off walking across the front because most of the time that camera isn't on anyway. It's the other camera. No worries. In the Ross Garvey watch, I can inform you the bar yet to open. just beating the edge of the bat. Better finish to the over. 2 dot balls. But Malahide have moved on to 127 for 5. Shoebridge 9. Parashurama on 13. Yeah. Oh, not for me, thank you. But thank you very much. Jake, would you do it for a few minutes? I just need to go around the back. I'll be taking a break from the commentary box while Bruce Whaley comes on for his 6th over, and your commentator for the next few minutes will be Jake Bell.
Put the headphones on.
You can if you want.
Ooh, he's just left that there. So, Pembroke or Malahide are 127 for 5. No run there. Ooh. Ooh. Still no run for Malahide. Ooh. Not so wide. Ooh. And that's the 26th over done. Now we're on the 27th over. Malahide are 128 for 5. Ooh. Now it is Joe Prendergast bowling. Ooh, that's gonna go for 4. Yep. Now they're 132 for 5. Oh, 133 for 5. Sorry about that. Ooh. Ooh. Now that's going to be 1 run for Malahide there. Now they're 134 for 5. And that's a wide there. $135 for 5. Oh. That was a lovely ball from Joe Prendergast there. Ooh. And that's 4 for Malahide. Now they're 139 for 5. And that's 4. That was a very good shot by.
Goes a donut.
No, I'm fine, thanks.
You keep going. If you want to.
Well, I'll see you in a few minutes.
Hmm?
I'll see you in a few minutes. I'll
Okay.
do it. So.
Well, just put them there. Thanks very much, Jake. I needed to go. Well, many thanks to Jake Bell for providing you with commentary to go with these wonderful pictures. Going down leg is the call, and leg buys are what are given. These two starting to put together a bit of a partnership. And they seem to have done so with reasonable speed. Jake providing us with some good commentary there. It's nice to have somebody who'll even take over for a couple of overs. And many thanks to Graham Mooney, who's provided us with donuts today. It was strawberries last week. This week we've run into some donuts. Just the little sugar hit I think we need now. Pretty unique bowling action from Greg Hines. Whips the arm over very high, very straight. This one will be picked up by Zach McCabe, the boundary rider. And that's the end of the over. And Malahide now have reached 150 for the loss of 5 wickets. Evenly poised this game. Could easily go either way from here on in. And even if it did go one way or the other, could just as easily come back again. Sunday definitely seems to be light aircraft day. See if Zach wants it. See if Nicky wants it. If nobody else wants it, I will eat the donut. I mean, don't worry about that. Oh! Great effort from the keeper. And one feels that he has landed on his side with his arm stretched out. Maybe has strained something there. That is not a nice injury. He really has damaged his shoulder, I think. Well, the umpire wasn't overly concerned. I saw him jogging in, and he's just taken up position on the other side. And Sam Murphy is in a lot of discomfort here. You probably get a better view. Well, maybe not. Getting to his feet now, but you can see it's his arm. Slowly but surely, life coming back to the arm. Okay, we can put away the green tarp. Played down to third. Well, Shoebridge a little bit cross with himself there. Easy single on the leg side. Would it be worth Joe Prendergast considering the off-spin of Noah Smith? Bruce Whaley did well. No sign of Peter Prendergast down in the club as yet. And no laps for Ashley Balbirnie as yet. Just saying no sign of Peter to confirm the weather forecast. And no sign of Ashley doing laps. Big swipe.
Oh my goodness, it's lovely under here. Whew. Oh, today's video.
Looking for a quick single, and the slight misfield allows them to get through for it. Won't be best pleasing for Hollins.
He's got a bigger house. And he's obviously eating something red berry. Gonna see the nappies after that.
Well, he's connected with that one, powered it out to Cow Corner. It's gone all the way. I think it's 6. What does the umpire think? He's not sure, and now he says 4. Lovely shot, though, into the open field. Willing to take on the bowling. First boundary he's conceded. Parashurama. He's moved on to 29 from just 30 deliveries. Shoebridge is the more circumspect. Played away on the offside, but this time there is a fielder. And it will just be one there. Hollins completes another over. 0 for 11 from 3. Malahide now 159 for 5. 3 wickets having fallen to Pembroke Flanagan. 1 to Bruce Whaley. And 1 to Dan Murray. Those are the 5 wickets to have fallen thus far. And now with 31 overs gone, Malahide will start thinking about pressing the accelerator, getting the run rate moving a little bit higher. Well, that will help matters. Just over 5 and over at the moment. Pushes that one across the left-hander, flies through to the keeper. One of the better deliveries this over.
Let's show that camera work. Where's Noah? He's got over there. He's over there. There's CJ Casey.
Yep. Big swipe again through to the keeper. Another dot ball. Yes, he's left me with instructions.
Oh, okay. What are the instructions?
Well, you know them. That camera, record. That one, play. And that one, bail out. But I keep forgetting to do it. God, I'm so engrossed in watching the cricket. Once you see the umpire moving away from in line with the stumps, you know his mind has been made up. He's decided. Mark Berry getting plenty of encouragement from his teammates. All the birds are flying at a strange height this afternoon. Noisy little blighters, aren't they? The birds. Well, another couple of overs till the second drinks break. Still no sign of the bar open, I'm afraid, Ross. And another light aircraft traversing the South Dublin sky. Bits of blue up there, bits of white. On the north side, it seems more white than blue. A single taken on the offside. This game, well, at best could be said to be simmering at the moment. Sorry? Yes. It's full to capacity today. The O'Rourke stand. Or the O'Rourke sit, really. I've got Lawson also with a bench in that area. Two great club members. Sadly taken from us too early. Holland's well into his fourth over now. That one just too wide. Umpire on the move very early. If you have it, yeah. Do you want to wait until the end of the over? He's back ready to bowl at the moment. One ball to go. And another single taken. That is the end of the over. End of the 33rd. 17 to go. And let's have a look at that shout again. That's all right. When Jake was commentating, somebody made the comment, did somebody give Craig a kick in the... Simon Heaney on the ground, and still the bar isn't open. This being the last over before the next drinks break. Bruce Whaley coming on now at the St John's end. He weaved his magic in his first over of his first spell. Well, the batsman thought he could cut that away for a single. All he did was endanger his wicket. Another one he fends at and pulls the bat away. Whaley taking it away from the left-hander, of course. Another dot for Whaley. How long will Shoebridge control himself? Well, There's your answer. A lovely floor, lofted over the ring. Middle of the bat, flew away to the boundary. Ah, Shoebridge. Well, that was a lovely shot. I wondered how long it would be. He wasn't going to let Whaley settle. Field all in again. 2 balls to go in this over. Well, nice work. Bowler and wicketkeeper are in harmony. And he lets that one go through to the keeper. And Malahide have made it to drinks, just 5 wickets down. 170 on the board. And with 16 overs to go. We'll take a short break in the commentary box and leave you with the sounds of summer.
Nicky, if you could move down there for me a bit.
Nicky, go 45. Go 35.
That's not out. Because my stumps were here. I went like that. Mum, you wouldn't be doing that in the ones.
We saw.
Going back out.
The umpires are making their way back to the middle. Another drinks break completed. Another huddle for the Pembroke players as they discuss their plans for the last 16 overs. I'm sure the Malahide batsmen have made their plans for the next 16 overs, and it involves hitting an awful lot of boundaries. Here he comes. Well, Pembroke do take to the field now. They'll spread out in a bunch, take up their allocated fielding positions. Let's do it as a team and do it my way. Well, the nook has emptied out for the drinks break and now retaking their positions. ~2 now, of course, here in Dublin. And Steve, to answer your question about Brian O'Rourke, he was down here yesterday with the first team squad for that Irish Cup game with Coleraine. And he's often down here. Always great to see him, whether he'd be wearing his Leinster hat. And there we go, a wicket. And the drinks break once again has worked. And here is the replay. And the batsman, he's not happy. You can tell that from the stride. He just clipped it into the keeper's glove. Sam Murphy takes the catch. And Greg Hollins picks up his first wicket in his 5th over. And the batsman, I think, is still not entirely convinced by the decision. Shoebridge remains, he's on 19, but now Malahide are 6 down. With 170 on the board. Now, yesterday we saw over 500 runs in about $80 overs. And 30? Yeah. So we know there are runs in this wicket. Club captain Nick Stapleton. Leinster colleague Tim Tector. There's a man who can't stop scoring runs at the moment. Last 10 days I've seen him score 300. R. Kumar is the new batsman. He's off the mark, first ball, thanks to the scampering of Shoebridge, and he'll now take on Hollins. Good length from Hollins, probing, asking questions. I think his performances as nets have caught the eye of his captain, and he's decided that he can play a role in the side as a 5th bowler. Once again, it's the first over after a drinks break. Brings the breakthrough. How often we see that happen. And now we'll have spin at both ends, with Bruce Whaley continuing from the St John's end. It'll be Kumar to try and deal with the Whaley magic. Loose outside off. Played out to Zach McCabe on the boundary. He has a fine arm. Down the leg side, picked up. Oh, and he's been sent back. And the throw wasn't there. Bit of confusion between the two Malahide batsmen. They'll want to sort that out very quickly. Very wide, played past the fielder. Boundary rider will get round to it, but won't prevent two. Shoebridge realising that a lot rests on his shoulders now. Another one played to the same spot. Same result, except this time just a single. Could see the first teamers Stapleton and Lawson down with us today, keeping an eye on the seconds. He's gone big to cow corner. It's going to bounce well in front of the boundary rider. The two fielders in the ring. No chance on that one. Again, just into Shoebridge's arc. Plays it away, takes a single. And there we go. It's the T-shirt, the baseball cap and the shorts. That sign, it must be an excellent day down along the wall. Well, it's not going to be caught. It's nearly going to take out the scorers. It was up there a long time. You do, you have the ball bouncing and nearly hitting Graham. Scamper a single there. Another full flowing blow, this one all along the ground. Without the timing, or indeed the power of the previous shot. And that one just played away for a single. They're just milking Hollins here. The 6 early on in the over. Great boon, and since then they've taken another 3. Still 1 to come, and 9 off the over. Oh. Another one goes down the leg side, another one added to the extras column. extras column must be quite a full one at this stage. These two now putting together a little partnership. That partnership is 70 for the 6th wicket. Very important for Malahide. You see the extras. 32 extras. It's a lot of extras. The end of this over from Bruce Whaley. We'll go round the grounds. Hit straight down the ground. There is a fielder there. He stops it, keeps it to a single. Lifted well, but not lifted too well. Bruce Whaley, another player who's coming up through the Pembroke Academy. That one, well, the batsman doing his best to edge it into Murphy's gloves. 2 to come in the over. Goes down the leg side on this occasion. Umpire deciding it caught something on the way through, hence no wide. Malahide now getting close to that 200 mark. Nice delivery. That is the end of the over. And now we'll take ourselves around the grounds. Balbriggan seconds in this Senior 2 Cup. We're all out for 174. And Civil Service seconds in reply are 1 for 1. Wexford Wanderers were 75 all out, and Adamstown are 6 for 2 in pursuit of that 75. That looks like it's going to be a humdinger going along. North Kildare seconds. I seem to remember a story about them, but North Kildare seconds as the drive through the offside cover boundary, 4 runs, beautiful shot. North Kildare seconds all out for 99, and Merion seconds are 21 for 1. Rush still batting, they're 132 for 3. Here, Malahide are 193 for 6. And he repeats the shot, and that takes Malahide to 197 for 6. Leinster are 160 for 5 against Longford, and Merion 6 are also playing. There's a few lower division games on around the place, nothing really remarkable. Tries to repeat the shot again. Holland's in his 7th over now. 2 fours off the first 2 deliveries. And the batsman done on length on this occasion. Powered away on the offside, goes over the fielder, and another one crashes into extra cover, and that's 12 from 3 fours in this over. And Kumar is definitely targeting Hollins.
Exactly. That's what I was saying. Throw a load of right there.
You don't glasses, not the screen at all.
Down the leg side. Holland's having had a conversation with the umpire about what constitutes a wide.
Oh my goodness.
Thank you. Oh my word.
Yeah,
What a lovely day it is out there now. Clean your glasses, that's what I'd recommend. Change your life. Another one slips down the leg side. He's getting the batsman to swing at these. Shoebridge, he's looking to pump one away. Big gap through extra for him. If he can get it over Dale McDonough in the ring. Just a single. Big blow out to the side. There's no fielder there. It's another 4. And Malahide have definitely decided to press the accelerator. Now they're looking to put an imposing total up in front of Pembroke seconds. And Pembroke really could do with taking a wicket. It looks like Dan Murray is going to be warming up now. Gone a bit quiet again now. Malahide, these two have put on, I think, 37. Another decent partnership. So Dan Murray returning to the attack. He's coming on at the nursery end. His first spell, 1 for 16 off his first 5, and they were all from the St John's end. Oh, just clears the fielder. Despairing hand went up. It reaches the boundary. 2-11 comes about very quickly. As I say, you can see it as well, is it? Big swing on this occasion, no contact, goes through to Murphy behind the stumps. And another dot ball. And this is the stage of the innings where, well, Pembroke will be wanting to see more and more dot balls. And try and stop this acceleration in its tracks. It's gonna beat the fielder. It's gonna reach the rope. It's another 4. Another sizable over for Malahide. Hit away on the offside again. It'll be Zach McCabe who will keep it to a single. And that ends the over. Just to show you how this Malahide innings is progressing. It had been steady enough, but you can see there's a slight upturn at the end. And just 9 overs remaining now. It'll be Bruce Whaley to continue. Nicely played along the ground. Safe single. Hubridge now in the 40s.
Ah, it's much better.
Huh?
Much better.
Oh, you can see everything now.
I could see it before, it just wasn't. Oh, you didn't have to move.
False start. We'll go again. Oh, big swing, gets it away from a fielder. It will just be a single. So with 7 and a bit overs left, what do we think will be par score? 260? Eight overs after this one, 8.5 overs to go, 51 deliveries. 51 deliveries. Runner ball gets them up to 169, so, 269. So they'll probably be looking 280 as a target score here at the moment.
Here comes trouble halfway up the wall.
Oh, in the air again, beats the fielder. Boundary rider gets round to it though, but they'll take an easy 2. 2-2-1 for 6. And again, the win predictor has been in the balance most of this game. If anything, just slightly in favour of Malahide at the moment. Runs on the board being so important in a cup game. Scoreboard pressure and all that. But if Pembroke can keep them under 250, then it swings back again. Tossed out there for the batsman. He wanted to play it, went over the top of it. It's the end of the over. And the score remains 2-2-2 for 6. Where's Johnny Bell when you need him?
Many overs?
42 overs gone now.
42.
Are you doing any work in there?
too good. I really wasn't expecting that.
Oh shit. Burn. At least for now mine has a burn mark on it.
Dan Murray now having a word with his skipper. I suspect actually he's listening to his skipper.
Every confidence of his ended up there.
This one's in the air. There's no fielder there. The field is well spread. Safe run. Kumar's very quickly got to 22. Good to see Anne O'Rourke out and about. You can just see her at the top left of your screen, standing in front of her gate. Drop down to third. Flanagan does the fielding neatly. Yes, Anne O'Rourke just watching a bit of cricket outside. Yeah, perhaps bringing an invoice with her. Two of the tuckers turned up to watch the second 11. They're certainly dressed for summer. Driven away without timing on the offside. Lifted down the ground, again bouncing in front of the fielder. Another single. Good over from Murray, just 3 from it. 2-2-5 for 6. And 7 overs from Murray now, 3 remaining. He's gone at 4 and over. Few little birdies landing on the outfield. Whilst Mark Berry and Joe Prendergast discuss field placings. I wonder how we are for time today. Yeah. Northbound dart passing the ground. Driven down the ground, they take the single there to the man inside the ring.
Starting to get all the attitude. I hear.
be well behaved.
Why? Why does a child have to be well behaved? The adults set the example. Yes, yes. Got so big so quickly.
And then she's what, 18 minutes? 2 in September.
Oh, that's what lies ahead, Amanda.
Yeah, but I can hand it back.
Bury into bowl. Signal to wide. And that wide's total continuing to grow. Kumar on 23 now. These two have put on 57. And Shoebridge on 49 at the non-striker's end. And this one is in the air and there is a fielder underneath it. It's Flanagan and he takes the catch. And that's the end of Kumar. His stay comes to an end with a fine catch from Padraig Flanagan right in front of our cameras. Beautifully done. Berry picks up a wicket and Pembroke have taken the 7th. They had a stand of 57. Vital runs in this game. And there you go. Super catch. Well, if I was going to criticise him for one thing there, it was that he didn't just get up and bow to the camera. Super catch. 7 wickets down then. 227 on the board. Kumar it is who leaves us. And now Connor Shoebridge comes in to join his brother, and his brother's on 49.
Oh, this is Cameron, is it?
Yes. Pembroke. Super catch.
Barney's not too happy with it.
Well, very full length ball from Berry. Enabled the batsman just to clip it away for a single, get off the mark, and give his brother a chance to reach a well-deserved half-century. He's on 49. He has stuck around 82 balls he's faced. And there it is. He'll be able to raise his bat, take in the applause of his teammates and the spectators down the wall. And that's 50 for R. Shorebridge. Off 83 balls. Many congratulations to him. You may find now he's reached the landmark, he may decide to open up. We're in the last 6.5 overs now. But at the moment, it's Cameron Shoebridge. Clips it away. There is a fielder down there. It will just be a single. But all these are adding to it now. 230 on the board. As I say, Pembroke would like nothing more than to keep Malahide below 250. Malahide looking more at a total of 280. I'd prefer to see them deeper in. Another wide, another one for the extras column. Let's have a little look, see if we can't add up how many extras there have been. No. Not yet. It might be now. As we're discussing wides. Oh. 4 more onto the total, all the same. And there is the celebrating shoe bridge. Is 50 off 83 deliveries. Super little knock. There have been 4 buys, 2 leg buys.
Yeah.
30. Oh, it's an extra 5 overs. Coming down the track to Murray, playing him away, taking the single. Punch down the ground once he got past the bowler. Easy single. Thank you very much. Who made these? Leah made these. And Murray's firing one down the outside of the batsman's bat. And we're discussing cakes made by Leah Whaley. Thank you very much, Leah. Down the wicket to just open the face and run it down to third for a single. He knows exactly what he's doing. Plenty of experience.
A blue one in mine.
Thank you very much. Delicious chocolate. That's hit over towards the clubhouse. Bounces near the rope. And Dan Murray kicks the ground in frustration.
The yellow one.
Well, you get the feeling Pembroke have let Malahide get a few too many runs here today. It doesn't help with the 36 extras. Mark Berry, St John's End. Clipped away. And the fielder will keep it to a single. It was a lump of caramel. Big swing through to the keeper. Much better delivery. Takes the edge. Wicket down. 8 down now. 244 on the board. And that dream for Pembroke of keeping Malahide under 250 Still very much within reach. Well, Berry came in. He's going to angle it across the left-hander. At this stage of the innings, he goes chasing it, just gets a big edge straight into Murphy's gloves. He wasn't going to put that down, and the 8th wicket falls with the score on 244. There still remain 4.4 overs, or 28 deliveries. New batsman to the crease, N. Boyne. Oh. Staying over the wicket to the left-hander. Yay! Well, he played himself in there. Another one going across the left-hander and flying into the gloves of the keeper. This occasion, just not touching the bat. Well, you'd say it's a lovely afternoon in Pembroke today. There's blue skies, best we've had all day. The sun is shining, you can see shadows on the pitch again. Good game of cricket on. And with the arrival of Philip Byrne, the bar is open. So 5 overs to go, 245 on the board. 10 and over gets them up to 295. 5 and over gets them up to 270. Run a ball is 275. Lifted nicely over to the leg side. Front of the boundary rider. No danger. And the score is 246 for 8. Well, not quite the response I was looking for, but there you go.
Four before the 8.
Ah, okay. 246, 8 wickets. Flicked around the corner, it would be no more than a single. Eight wickets down now. Three and a half overs to go. Beautiful, beautiful afternoon. Sun umbrellas being used for sun shelter. Dan Murray, the only one to appeal there. A leg by signal to the scorers. The over complete. The score is 249 for 8. And there are 3 overs remaining before we can all take a well-deserved break. Enjoy a bit of the sun. Oh, Berry will bowl the 48th over. Big shot out to the leg side, but not big enough to reach the fielder. And that brings up 250 for Malahide. Oh, it's up in the air. Leading edge, falls short of the fielder. Oh, another one that was nearly there for Pembroke. No elaboration of any North Kildare second stories. We'll leave that for Graham to do. Here's a replay. Leading edge, nowhere near where the batsman wanted it to go. And it fell between everyone. It's a nice shot down the ground, down towards Cal. And it reaches the boundary despite the best efforts of Flanagan. Good ball, again played out towards Cal. Captain himself fielding out there. A little bit shorter, getting over the swing of the batsman, and that's the end of the over. Decent over for Pembroke, just 7 coming from it. 256 for 8. And next after the 48th over, we'll see the 49th over. Big appeal from Murray and the keeper. Given not out. They've reopened the portal. Called wide down the leg side. Another one onto the total. Murray's last over of the day. 1 for 41 so far. One out of the back of the hand from Dan Murray. Change of pace. Disrupted the timing of the batsman. Not out. From here. Got the wrong angle. Not out. Anyway, look in the book. Not out. Yeah, it was a nice piece of fielding, rather than checking the result. Again, just club back down the ground. It will just be a single. Just 7 balls remain in this innings. Malahide still with 2 wickets. And he's bowled him. That's the perfect response. 2 for 44 off his 10 overs then. And 9 down now for Malahide, and they're on 262. Just angled in. Went into, crashed into middle and off, and off. Just get all 3 in there. Acknowledgement of a good ball. Murray spell over, as I say. 10 overs, 2 for 44. Took an over, a wicket early on and finished with a beauty. So Jay Toole is the new batsman. Comes out to the middle. Very tight on the offside now. Very deep on the leg side. Wide signalled. You can see how keen Toole is to get down to the other end. Taking a good few steps down the crease. It's up in the air, it's coming down towards us. Warwick Flanagan again with a safe pair of hands, and Malahide are all out for 2-6-3. Oh. Mark Berry picks up his third, 3 for 48 off 9.1. Well, Noel has a replay to show us, and that's the 10th wicket falling. Big blow. It looked like it was coming down to the commentary box. Instead, we had our protector in front of us. Warwick Flanagan with safe pair of hands, and that's the 10th wicket. And Malahide all out for 2-6-3. And I'd say, well, that's about par. Let's just have a look at the Malahide card. Take a quick run through that, see where they got their runs. Kanduza with his 45. And Riley Shoebridge with a magnificent 59. Was given great support by Parashurama. And Kumar also came in and hit a quick 23. Cameron Shoebridge, well, he has the experience to stick around, and that's what he tried doing. And then Neil Boyne, he lost his stumps to a super ball from Dan Murray. 40 extras in 50 overs in effect. Not a great performance from the Pembroke bowling unit. Most of those wides down the leg side. Here we'll have a look at the bowling figures for the day. Well, Joe Prendergast, he seemed off colour. He didn't see in himself, couldn't find a rhythm or a line and a length that he wanted. And he was the most expensive of the Pembroke bowlers today. The main wicket takers, Mark Barry with 3 for 48, including that last wicket you've just seen. And Warwick Flanagan with 3 for 38. Best figures of the day. Daniel Murray, well, 2 for 44. He had from his full allocation of 10. And Bruce Whaley, 1 for 35 from his allocation of 10. Greg Hollins also picked up a wicket. And he conceded 37 runs. You can see there were some good stands in there for Malahide. The main one being the 6-wicket stand of 70. And then followed that with a stand of 57. After that, it kind of petered out a little bit at the end. But it's a good situation now. Well-balanced game. Can Pembroke chase down the runs required? There is the worm that Pembroke will hope to get ahead of, and we'll see how things go. So, we will join you again for the second innings once Dale has done his hoovering and the players return from their energy drinks and protein bars.
That's a great chase, though. Which guy? Oh, I haven't met him. Yeah. Oh, brilliant. Oh, man. I hope he does better getting through to Cricket Leinster's endurance. No, he did.
Well, you join us with the Pembroke batsman about to head out to the middle. Malahide in the field. More standing around chatting than anything else at the moment. And we'll shortly get this second innings underway as Pembroke seconds will require 264 for victory. This Senior 2 Cup first round game. And just while we're waiting for Malahide to set their field, let's got some coffee there. Just 23 minutes now until Ireland and the Dutch start their T20. Brigham's seconds, trying to defend 174, have civil service 55 for 2. An interesting game in Wexford, Senior 2 Cup. Wexford Wanderers were all out for 75, and Adamstown are now 60 for 7. We'll keep an eye out on that one, I suspect. Rush seconds, also in the Senior 2 Cup, 192. Clontarf 11 without loss. Pembroke require 264 here at Sydney Parade, and Longford require 212 in Observatory Lane. Very few other games being live scored today. As for TV coverage of today's Island International, I suggest Google, because I haven't a clue where it's being broadcast or if it's being broadcast at all. Probably the best idea is to FaceTime one of the players and get him to leave his phone there. But no publicity about coverage that I've seen anyway. So, right arm around to the left-hander. Squirts it through the slip cordon, and Pembroke are underway. If you put Netherlands national cricket into Google, there might be something there. Live stream on Land Pass Online. You can watch it on Fubu and VIX in the United States. The Fan Code app and website in India will also be covering it, so I suspect you should be able to find a stream of it somewhere if you're looking to watch that Ireland-Netherlands game, T20, taking place in The Hague in a tri-nation competition before the World Cup. Kumar, well, we saw him batting earlier, and there he is now opening the bowling for Malahide. Ethan Clark and Zach McCabe are the openers for Pembroke. Lets that one fly through to the keeper. Safely played away. Bit of bounce, giving Clark a bit of trouble. End of the first over. Score 1 without loss. Two batsmen meet in the middle, discuss what they've just seen. They both had a little look at him. Zach McCabe, well, he squirted one through the slip cordon for the initial single, and then Clark took the next 5 balls. McCabe again. Will be facing up. Pula. Pahuja will be bowling from the nursery end. So they get the sight screen moved to the satisfaction of Zach McCabe. I suspect there's going to be a back and forth there. There should really be a couple of Pembroke players on the sight screens. There is down at this end, Bruce Whaley, ably assisted by Niall. Nobody at the top end yet. I'm sure there will be in a minute or two when these two run a single. Few coming down to the wall now, enjoying the afternoon sun. Well, choosing to stay over the wicket. Lets that one go through to the keeper as well. Plenty of enthusiasm amongst the Malahide players at the moment. Two slips in place. That's really well played away on the leg side. It's the first boundary of the Pembroke innings. And Zach McCabe moves on to 5. And that's a lovely shot. Here it is again. You can see McCabe gets himself into position and then just punches it away on the onside, and it ran away to the boundary. First boundary for Pembroke, and it gets them that little bit closer to their target. Again played on the leg side, this time the fielder in the ring manages to stop it. How are you, sir?
I'm very good. How are you?
Good, good.
See Gordon.
Gordon's up there. Enjoy. This time, nicely played out in the offside. It gets past the diving fielder. Somebody else is going to have to go for it. And now they're going to the keeper's end. But both batsmen had plenty of time to make their ground, and another 2 onto the total. Not quite the expansive opening that Malahide had. 15 off the first over. Another one outside off this time. Not quite the timing there. And that concludes the second over. The score has moved on to 8. And Pembroke require another 256 in 48 overs. Solid from Clark. Well, cut away. Past the despairing dive. Clark gets off the mark. Nice controlled shot. Quite deliberate. Well, the Irish side for today's game, Paul Sterling, and then Andrew Balbirnie, Lorcan Tucker, Harry Tector, Curtis Campher, George Dockrell, Gareth Delaney, Mark Adair, Barry McCarthy, Fionn Hand, and Ben White. Netherlands have won the toss and elected to field, so Pembroke will be watching with bated breath as our representatives on the national side do their best against the Dutch attack this afternoon. Lovely country to play cricket in. Have fond memories of the VRA ground in Amsterdam.
Come here, your left shoulder right. Lindsay.
Marvellous tour that would make. Again, Clark just steers it away through the slip cordon, takes the single. Last over, Zach McCabe took a liking to this bowling. Conceded 7 from his first over, including a cracking fall from McCabe. Okay, launching into that one, not getting it past the fielder. Dot ball. Again, this time the fielder lets it go through his hands, through his legs, lets them through for the single. A little bit sloppy in the field. He'll hope to pick up the next one. Full pitch ball. Clark again finding the fielder. Just leant into it. Well, it looks like both sides are going to have trouble with wides. It's exactly what Pembroke want from their openers. See off the opening bowlers. One ball remaining in this over. Again, Clark starting to find his range. Much better shot. Over up, 13 without loss after 4. Ethan Clark now on 2, and Zach McCabe on 8. There have been 3 extras. Barking dog. And what sounds like a World War II bomber going overhead. Is it a jet or a prop plane? My goodness, that's a long way away. That one certainly didn't take off at Dublin. Change the field, no slip in place. Played away square of the wicket. Both batsmen looking to employ the drive now. I think they've got the pace of this pitch. 4.5 overs out there. There we go. One on the hips, just too short. And Zach McCabe, well, he swung around on that and powered it away powerfully. Powerfully? Anyway, it reached the boundary in no time at all. Just in the right slot for him. That's a super piece of batting. Punched away. 4 more onto the total. The runs required drops below 250. Another drive on the offside. On this occasion, straight to the fielder again. Again pushed around the corner, this time just for a single. Well taken single, that will end the 5th over. The score will move on to 18 without loss.
Bruce.
Halfway through the power play now. No wicket having fallen as yet.
Keep going. Keep going, keep going.
It's there. There now. Stop.
Yeah.
Evening. Good first ball. Always nice for the bowler. Start with a dot ball. And again, McCabe finds the same fielder. Bit of banter out there in the middle. McCabe nearly surprising himself there. Goes down on it, inside edge, nearly crashes into the stumps. The bowler, well, he really hoped for more luck than that. Well, finally, McCabe has found the gap between the two fielders in the ring, and that's going to run down to the boundary, and that won't be stopped. And that's another 4. Score moves on to 22, and McCabe will move on to 17. And there it is, running away. He'd hit that fielder an extra cover a few times. This time picked the gap between extra and mid-off perfectly. Well, this is short on the leg side, and it's punched away for 4 more runs in front of the wicket on the leg side. He was onto it quickly. He's shown that he'll take any opportunity to go to that side. Bowler on this occasion, 2 straight, 2 short, and it ran away. Next one again, beats the fielder in the ring, and it looks like it's going to make the fence, and it's successive 4s for Zach McCabe. A bit of applause comes up on the sidelines. And suddenly this bowler, he's wondering how he should be bowling to McCabe. It may be the Malahide captain will actually answer that for him. 4-4-4 to finish. And Pembroke have moved on to 30 without loss with 44 overs to go and 2-3-4 required. And for the Michael Clark devotees amongst you, 5.32 as you can see on your screen, the blue band right at the bottom. Clouds have parted, dissipated, lessened. There are fewer of them. Either way, it's a beautiful late afternoon in Pembroke now. 4 o'clock. Consider coming down and finishing a weekend, watching a good competitive game of cricket here as Pembroke go in search of 264 for victory in this Senior 2 first round cup game. Cut away to third. Just a single. Left-hander and right-hander swap again. This one edged past the keeper. There is a fielder down there at third man, but McCabe wants the second, and he runs it well, and they'll take the second. Again, he gets on top of that and punches it square of the wicket. The fielder had no chance. He's apologising to his teammates, but in reality, it was hit at the wrong height for him and at the wrong time. Oh, Kumar leaving it out there, and it was punched away. And the fielder couldn't get there, and it goes for 4. 33 suddenly becomes 37. 31 of them belong to Zach McCabe. He's been positive. Strike rate of 124. There's confusion in the running. There was a no, and he was still winning to go. So both batsmen nearly met in the middle. Yes, there's a selection meeting going on. Play through the offside again. Between the two fielders can only defer it, and they get through for another 2. And Pembroke now have moved on to 39 without loss, and this is a good opening partnership. Zach McCabe very much the aggressor, but Ethan Clark is doing his part. He's only faced 15 balls compared to 27 for McCabe. Slight delay as we wait for a wicket keeper. Clark digs that one out. Fielders in the ring do enough to prevent any runs. There is a big gap between that fielder mid-wicket and the next one behind square. A good 10 yards behind square, so anything on his hips he can turn away should certainly bring runs. This time he hits it down the ground. The fielder will get there, but he can't prevent a single. Clark playing his role to perfection here. Another layer. There's a bit of a breeze, all right. It is a sea breeze. It's keeping the skies clear here at Sydney Parade, letting the sun shine through. Past President Billy Gallagher with us, and international Louise McCarthy.
Is that Zach?
Zach McCabe has just clipped one. No.
Oh, Ethan.
It's
Good
just.
to go.
Yeah.
Nothing anyone.
You're grand. We're inobtrusive here. Down at the media centre. And there's one just tucked round to the leg. The wicketkeeper gets round to it quickly enough. No run there. But you can see how Clark's just looking to play it into the leg side, and if it's on his body, and take the run. This time he cracks it to the offside. Fails to pierce the ring. Another dot ball. And that's the end of the over. And Pembroke have moved on to 41 without loss. there is the batting card at the moment. Not much to show you. You can see Zach McCabe 34 not out and Ethan Clark 4 not out. And just the 3 extras so far in the first 8 overs. Malahide have used 3 bowlers so far. Still yet a wicket to come.
It's finally happening. Bruce is being woken up.
Oh, right. Who's the bowler?
Well, it is a change of bowling, and it's Neil Boyne. Boyne with left arm spin to the left armour. His left arm over. He's barking his orders to his fielders. No run to be given away in there. Cave having a big swipe at that one at the last minute. That was only going to end up in the keeper's gloves if he had made contact. Played down the ground. Long off will take the chance to save any more than a single. Now the bowler's going to go around the wicket to the right-hander. Feels there will be another change in the sight screen and another change in the angle which you watch this game. Clark very watchful of the first delivery. Well, this one a bit shorter. Clark pulls it out to the man on the boundary at square leg. Just a single. That brings the left-handed McCabe back on. It is Sunday, double video day.
Oh my goodness, look at the little boy. Oh, he is pure fun.
Pembroke 43 without loss now as we come to the last over of the power play. It looks like it's being a double change. Spin at both ends, one feels. The 2 fielders out are now at long on and mid-wicket. Well, Clark made it in the end. He wasn't far off. Lost a glove in the process. But he got home. One off the first ball of the over. Kanduja, of course, we saw opening the batting in the first innings. McCabe goes down the ground. The fielder is there. Gets a lot behind it. Prevents any run being taken. He sends long off back to the boundary. gets pumped down to him for a single. Again, plenty of room for Clark just to milk a single. Gets an inside edge, puts it where the fielder will pull it up inside the rope, but they'll get back for two. And a little bit fortunate for Clark, but he'll ride his luck. And why wouldn't you? That could easily have crashed back into the stumps. Wasn't to be on this occasion. And then so the next ball, he shows an extremely straight bat. That's the end of the over. And at the end of the power play, Pembroke are 47 without loss.
Quite a while ago. If I made it to 10 overs, that was that.
Well, Boyne will continue with his left arm spin. .264 is the target, Rupert. Are you not out canvassing today? Have you done your canvassing for today? Very best of luck to you. Standing as a candidate for the Labour Party, Selbridge. And our other one is Michael Clark, who is standing for the council in Blackrock. If you look across the bottom of your screen where it says Pembroke 2, it shows the equation of what's required. Ethan just taking another single down the ground.
Right between the middle of the where I'm not getting it to what I brought here.
Okay. Boyne continues. Tosses one up. McCabe takes it on. Fielder gets round to it. They will just pick up two. Good arm gets it back into the bowler. Hello. Colourful but dirty. Okay, thinks of turning one around the corner for a single, not to be on this occasion. Clark very sensibly turned down any suggestion. Another over slips by. Oh, a cry of no ball from the sidelines. We'll wait and see what the umpires think. Personally, I think it was just a full toss. Noah Smith out to move the umpire at the top end. Not the umpire, the sight screen. Perhaps it would be easier to move the umpire. Round the wicket to McCabe. Driven down to long on for a single. Straight back by Clark. Another single, another moving of the sight screen. Partnership has been brought up now. 54 without loss for these two. Opening the innings for Pembroke. Good solid base. Hit down the ground again. It would be another single. It's a well set field. And he is bowling to his field. And that ends the over. And with 12 gone, the score is 55 without loss. Required rate now, 5.5 and over. Nothing Pembroke won't feel confident in dealing with, but it does have the potential to grow over the next couple of overs. Battle of wits between bowler and batsman here. Boyne on that occasion tossing the ball up, a bit slower in getting down to McCabe.
No, I'm good, thank you.
Too late in the day for me. Another dot ball. Played away on the offside quite nicely by Clark on this occasion. There should be a couple of runs there. Peter. Keep walking. Afternoon, Noel. 206 required at about 5.5 and over at the moment. Two more onto the total there. Another one played out to the railway line. Just commentating. I was just commentating, Noel. No, you're grand. All the electronic stuff. All the electronics for this. Yeah. Are in there. How you doing? Well, if you want to go home and slap on a Colombo or something. Personally think all the drama's here to come. Ethan Clark now. Moved on to 16. Starting to find his range, and that's a beautiful shot, square of the wicket. Once he beat the fielder in the ring, well, the covering fielder wasn't going to get to that. Thread the eye of the needle, picks up another 4, moves him on to 20. And he really has done well. He's played himself in here on this pitch, and that's what you need to do if you want to go on from there. Again, if you beat the fielder in the ring, there's at least a single. Oh, there's something buzzing near the Dougals. The trouble is you hear it right in the middle of your skull. Another one clipped away, another single. These two progressing along quite nicely. Hi, how are you?
So good. Good job, guys.
Thank you. Zach McCabe now has moved on to 43. Ethan Clark on 21, and this partnership of 67. Exactly what Joe Prendergast was looking for. He's played it into the leg side. The fielder's got a while to go. There's a change of heart about the second, and probably quite wisely. Good fielding out on the fence. Okay. Another over slides by. 7 runs coming from that one. Good over for Pembroke. 36 overs to go. 14 done. We'll be very close to the first of 2 drinks breaks during this innings. Boyne had to start his next over. No power in the shot, just playing it away. Had to hit it. Played it right in front of middle. Bit shorter, a bit more power. Again, not piercing the ring on the leg side. 3 men in the ring, 1 down in the deep at square leg. And then on the offside, very similar field. 4 inside the ring and 1 outside. Plenty of room down to third and fine leg now. Getting plenty of encouragement from his fielders. Well, they just about break up the maiden. 1 from that Boyne over. And the score now has moved on to 69. Good afternoon, James. Welcome indeed to Tony Buckley, who's joined us on the live chat and on the live stream. Hope the golf went well today, Tony. Holland it is now. Change of bowling from the nursery end. Hmm? Hollard, yes. Do apologise. Wrong glasses for reading. Tossing it up there anyway. Ethan Clark making the signal to the sidelines that he's looking for dry gloves. Hi Louise, how are you? Just come under here. Another single. And then runs. Not with me, no. Oh, actually, is the Autumn Internationals jacket in the car? Because if it is, it's on the inside pocket on the left-hand side. One of the few appeals we've heard today. This one turned down. The Foxes are going well. 70 without loss. Still 2 balls in this over from Hollard. Taken by first slip. Big swing from McCabe. He's on 43. Doesn't really want to throw it away now. There's a half century for him here. Another over has gone. Pembroke 70 without loss. Opening partnership of 70 between Zach McCabe, who's on 43, and Ethan Clark, who's on 24. Just the 3 extras so far, in comparison from the 36 extras that Pembroke gave away in their innings. But Pembroke require another 194 runs from 34 overs at a run rate of 5.71. Hello, welcome back. Boying going very well. He's only conceded 13 runs in 25 balls. Well, there's another one. The runs he is conceding do tend to be singles. And that's what's keeping him and Malahide in a good place at the moment. How they would love to take a wicket soon. These two have been together now. 16, nearly 16 and a half overs. Comes down the track, plays it out in the offside. It will be a single. Despairing dive of the fielder. Not enough to stop it in the ring this time. Dot ball despite Ethan Clark's best efforts. Sorry. It'll be on in the bar. Oh, I don't know if it's covered even. It's being streamed, I think, by the Dutch. Perhaps look up Dutch cricket. 47 for 3 Ireland after 8 overs. Falcon Tucker currently batting with Curtis Camphor. Andy Balboni got 11. Sterling also got 11. Tucker not out 20. And Harry Jector bowled for near 0, second ball. The players here have gone off for drinks. What a sensible idea that is. But before we do, we'll just take you around the grounds. Let you know how the other Senior 2 Cup games are going today. Well, Pembroke did score 174 all out against Civil Service, and Civil Service now are 124 for 3 in reply. They require another 50 runs in 24 overs, and they have 7 wickets in hand. Clontarf seconds, well, they were chasing 193 against Rush for victory. They're 79 for 5 after 15 overs. Leinster seconds were all out for 211, but they've reduced Longford to 63 to 5 in 15 overs. And that's how the Senior 2 Cup is looking at the moment. Well, here at Sydney Parade, at drinks, first of 2 drinks breaks scheduled. Pembroke seconds, 75 without loss, in pursuit of a target of 264 for victory in this Senior 2 Cup first round game. Zach McCabe, he's made his way to 44 from 51 balls. He's hit 6 fours. And Ethan Clark, he's on 28 from 51, both batsmen having faced 51 balls, and he's hit just the 1 4 so far. Plenty of batting down the order for Pembroke today, and Malahide have used 5 bowlers so far. Whether they'll use more than 5, we'll wait to see. But Ravi Kumar, he started the bowling, and he had no wicket for 16 off 4. And then Rohit Pujara, 3 overs, 23 runs. Kimsi Kadaduja, who we saw opening the batting earlier, 17 runs from his 4 overs. And Neil Boyle, 18 runs from his 5 overs. Jordan Hollard, he's just bowled the 1 over. He has conceded the 1 run. And so far there have been 3 extras in that total of 75. There's the Worm. Pembroke slightly behind at this stage, but with no loss of wicket as we've reached the 17th over. They feel they're in a strong position to push on from there later on. Well, the umpires are waiting for the players. The fielders are waiting for the batsmen. And the batsmen are waiting for, I do not know. And, Manda.
Yeah, she's fine.
Yeah, I have it here on my phone. Which is about to run out of juice.
No, I have no idea where that cable is.
And you put in European Cricket Network, yeah? Good crowd at the Dutch game. You can stream it live on YouTube. If you type in European Cricket Network, it will come up as ECN Netherlands T20 Tri-Series. And there are 3,332 people watching that at the moment. Our players are coming back onto the pitch now.
Down to 11% on my phone.
Batsmen back in the middle, redressing themselves in their protective wear. And remember that equation, 189 from 33 overs at 5.73 an over. That's what Pembroke require, but at the moment they still have 10 wickets in hand, and that could prove quite important later on. Oh, another wicket. Another wicket in the T20. Oh, it's flown off the edge of the bat, and nice catch.
Actually, a good catch. That looks like a nice ground. It's in The Hague, isn't it?
It is. It is. There's very little around it, I hear, though. You know,
No infrastructure. Is it easy to get to, Owen?
I don't think so. Well, first ball after drinks. Always a dangerous over this one. Batsmen have to get their concentration back in place. Get back in the zone. Clark doing exactly the right thing at the moment. It's not quite start again, but more out of mischief than anything else. Only quite obviously bounced.
Chancing his arm.
Clark again playing backwards to that and just playing it down on the offside. Noel's gone back into his cave. Change of t-shirt. Oh, a second t-shirt. Well, there it is. The wicket has fallen. Clark goes for 28 from 56. He's done a good job in partnership. And here it is here. Pitched up. Just lifts it back towards the bowler, who takes the simplest of catches. And Ethan Clark, disappointed. He'd fought hard for his 28, did well, but now he has to depart. Zach McCabe doesn't quite get to his 50 in partnership with Ethan. Good knock from Ethan. Ripple of applause as he comes back in. And that will certainly give the Malahide players a little more heart and a spring in their step. There's probably a charger behind the bar.
I don't think there is, actually.
There is a fielder there. It will just be a single to McCabe. He went aerial on it, looking to take Boyne on. And now the field comes in tighter and closer for the new batsman, Dan Murray. Dan Murray gets off the mark with a single just pushed into the leg side. And these two have to start again, really. Played away on the offside. Okay, takes another single. That takes him to 46 now.
It's not the same one. Another one over there. And one over there.
Lets that one go. Left it on line. It could have been very embarrassed there. Over up. 19 overs gone, and Pembroke have moved on to 78 for 1. Comes off the side of the bat, not really where the batsman was aiming, but he's called for 2 from it. And he'll take 2, and Dan Murray will make his ground. 2 more to the total, takes it to 80. Okay, takes another one, takes him on to 49.
Trying to guess when to hit the replay button.
Full pitch ball on this occasion. Right away on the offside, no run on this occasion. Still left-hand, right-hand combination for Pembroke, which causes its own problems for the bowlers. It's hard to settle on a line when that line has to keep changing. Good solid straight back to that one. And 1 ball to come in the over. Attempted sweep from Murray on this occasion. Didn't come off. It's a dot ball. It's the end of the over. The score has moved on to 81 for 1. And there are 30 overs remaining, 20 overs gone. And the required run rate has just crept above a runnable. Boyne it is. Into his 7th over, and it begins with a single down the ground. And that's 50 for Zach McCabe. He's delighted. Oh, the celebrations. Oh, that's over the top. You really should calm down there. Oh, take the emotion out of it, mate. Anyway, good 50 for Zach. Seen his side from the opening bowlers. Taking his runs. Had some beautiful shots, especially thinking of the ones where he's swiveled round and played it square on the leg side. Punch through the ring. There is a boundary rider there. It'd just be a single to Murray. And again, it's important to see how Zach McCabe moves on from here. Still has a job to do for his team. 78 for 5 Ireland are now in the Netherlands. Hmm? Another single taken. Malahide won't mind these singles. 3 of them in this over. And that's all that they scored. Miss Lorcan Tucker departing the field in The Hague. Those two can hit a big ball. Hollard again from the nursery end. Left that one on line. Well, this time he plays it away through the offside, through the ring. There is still a fielder out there. They are going to take 2. Nice shot from McCabe. Well, McCabe gets hold of this one. I don't think the boundary rider can make that sort of distance up, and he can't, and it's 4 runs. And it's almost like a weight that's being lifted from Zach McCabe. He's reached his half century. He's starting to free the arms a bit now. He's gone from 50 to 57 exceptionally quickly. Six off the over so far, 1 ball to come. Good loud call from Dan Murray. Right decision. Wasn't exactly backing up a long way, but no single to be taken there. That's the end of the over. 7 from it. Good over for Pembroke. And 22 overs gone. 91 for 1 on the board. Point going. Around the wicket. And Murray pulling across the line, pulls it out to mid-wicket. It will just be a single. Brings McCabe back on strike. The field changes. 2 on the leg side immediately heading out to cow corner and mid-wicket. And long off is back 2. And it's long off who will field this one all along the ground. Could you turn the camera a bit more onto the pitch side of things? There we go. Perfect, thank you.
just says something burning.
It's Niall, is it? Well, Murray comes down, looks out to mid-wicket. The fielder at square leg couldn't cut that off. 4 to Murray. And again, another over where 6 runs have come from the first 4 balls. And again, Murray lifts it out into the same sort of spot. This time the boundary rider with more of a chance, but still can't get to it. It's another 4. And suddenly this is a big over for Pembroke. It takes them past 100. It takes Murray into double figures. And it means the runs required now 163 at a runner ball. It's change in the field. Mid-wicket previously was in the ring. He then heads back to the fence for the last ball of the over. It's a dot ball. 10 came from it. Good over for Pembroke. And Boyne's figures now 0 for 14 from 8 overs. Imagine that. It would have been 0 for 34 of 8 overs. Many thanks to those of you who have tuned in today. As always, I'd ask that you like and subscribe to Pembroke Cricket Live. By all means, turn off all notifications. But we're still in pursuit of that 1,000th subscriber. Well, McCabe on this occasion didn't really use his feet. Could easily have edged that one to the keeper or slip, both ready and willing to take those. This time he plays it away on the offside. It will just be a single. Inside edge, chance for a single turn down. Popped away on the leg side, it was safe enough, no fielder there, takes the single. Brings McCabe back on strike for the last ball of the over. The field all has to change again. This time, sweep employed by McCabe, the boundary rider is there, he'll keep it to a single. And that's the end of the over. Score has moved on to 104 for 1. Dan Murray now on 12. Zach McCabe on 60. And the equation quite simple. 160 required from 26 at 6.15 and over. Play to long off again, another single. 80 for 5, the Irish side now. 83 for 5. Good work. Well backed up, needed to be. Good fielding again. Save probably a couple of runs. Cal Corner goes back out for Dan Murray. Last over, he signalled his willingness to take on the bowling of Boyne. And that's the end of the over. We're halfway through. And Pembroke have reached 109 for 1 in 25 overs.
I wouldn't make a difference, honestly. Oh, did they? That's fine.
Good afternoon, Charlie. How are you today?
Like just the cable, though. Yeah, I'll get. Actually, the windows are down. Black car in the end.
Played away on the offside. They will take a single. Good afternoon, Charlie. How
Good
are you
afternoon.
today?
Good afternoon, Craig. How are you?
Good, good.
You've done such a fantastic job keeping me company all afternoon. So I figured I would come down and keep you company for a little while.
Most excellent. Always welcome.
I can't stay long. I'm on my way to a special event in town, which I won't say what it is. People will have to guess. That's driven past. The bowler dives, stops for no run. Let's just say I would have been here sooner, but the highway was jammed with broken heroes on a last chance power drive. And that's dribbled back to the bowler for no run.
Okay, still have no idea what you're going to.
I'll pepper in some references and we'll see.
Well, this one's in the air. There are fielders out there, but they're not going to get to this. It's going to run away. It'll be picked up in front of the boundary, but they'll pick up another 2. And you can see that, well, the Pembroke players now starting to push on a bit. They realise that the run rate, they don't want it creeping up too much. They'll take the runs they can. It's a game that's been on the simmer all afternoon, and I think it's going to bubble up into a nice, tight finish. This one takes a leading edge, no run there. So your game was the only game all weekend affected by rain, the Taverners game on Friday.
That's right. That's right. And we could have actually played bit more overs, but we took the conservative route.
It needed to be,
yeah,
with the Irish Senior Cup on the next day. So Dale was around policing things. He's now on sight screen duty actually down here at the St John's end. Suggests that he doesn't need to put his pads on quite yet. That's played away on the offside. There is a fielder in front of the clubhouse. He will keep it to a single. And the Fifths had a heartbreaking defeat yesterday by 2 runs.
From what I understand, it was a ground we know well, Lucan. We played a preseason friendly there back in March. Basically the worst possible conditions, but still be playable. Misty, cold, but not raining. But came up 2 runs short, unfortunately.
Yes, great pity that one for the Fives. Some good performances on the team, nevertheless.
Well, will it be glory days for the Pembroke Twos?
Well, this is the first round of the Cup. They won the double either last year or the year before.
Yeah.
League and Cup double. I think it was the year before last, because last year I think they were pipped by a point or something. There was 1 point separating the first 3.
They certainly won this last year.
Senior 2 Cup, a bit of a speciality for Joe Prendergast's sides. Well, a bit of a break here. The batsman taking a drink.
That's kind of thing you have to ask for water, right? It can't be brought to you.
Yeah, yeah.
Is that some sort of...
It used to be an old thing where captains would send out a dry pair of gloves just to pass a message on.
Oh.
Whether the batsman had asked for them or not.
And the message would be written in the gloves?
Well, it would be usually passed orally.
By the person who's carrying the gloves?
Skipper says, will you get on with it? Or,
Sure.
You know, things like that. See this guy off, or, you know, specific instructions. But on this occasion, not entirely sure what that break was for.
Nice behind us. There he is.
He's hidden away in his little box.
Ooh. Look at that. It's quite a rig he has.
He's probably videoing the back of our heads now as we speak.
Well, bit of a break in the action. We'll hopefully get back to everything here. These are the same 2 batters, yeah? It was just a water break. Okay.
No, it was a wicket.
Was it? Yeah. There's
Daniel
a new batter.
Murray is gone, but it still says only 1 wicket on the system, although Joe Prendergast's name has now come up. So I missed entirely what happened to Dan Murray.
Yeah. Retirement?
No, unless he's got cramp. He may be retired hurt, and that's what it is.
And that's why there's no wicket.
Yeah. So it's retired hurt, and Captain Joe Prendergast now comes in. Malahide would be pleased. It's another new batsman coming in. Joe's had more success with the bat this year than perhaps with his bowling. He was a bit awry earlier today. But his batting has been, for the first 11 and the second 11, has been top draw.
See, all the Springsteen lyrics that were in my head as I was driving here.
Oh, that's where you're going.
They've all fled out. I was going to hope to pepper them in, but now I've forgotten them all. You know? Someone was going to dance across the crease like a vision as the radio plays and the screen door slams. Mary's dress doesn't wave that time as they scamper through for 1 single.
Unless you said born in the USA. I'm afraid me and the boss, it's never really happened.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I understand he does a great concert. I understand that his music is popular. It's just, I don't know. It just never really did it for me. This one straight back to the bowler. Boyne gets down to that, fielding his own bowling. Score 114 now. And exactly 150 for victory for Pembroke. And they have, well, technically 9 wickets in hand. Dan Murray having left the field injured.
We hope he's all right. I wonder, yeah, maybe it was cramp with the heat. He was downing a lot of water before he left.
See, the trouble with downing just water is all you do is flush the minerals out as well. Leaves you almost more. Big appeal. Pat Carthy is turning it down. The umpire says no, and the bowler says, well, I'd like to have that reviewed, please. Makes the signal for review, which I would consider to be dissent when you know that you don't have reviews.
Yeah, the umpire appears to be the very definition of unmoved. Prendergast rocks back, drops that to the offside.
It's often the way after something like that. Bowler not happy, takes his hat. And there's words between Joe and Boyne. Well, 116. 23 overs to go now.
That would be a great one for our Christmas list, would be Stump Mike.
Well,
Oh, I'd love that.
you might.
Well, we need a button.
We
We need an audio delay button.
We can already
make out a lot of what's going on.
Listen to what players are doing. You can mic up a player, but you can't talk to them. You know the way they do in England.
Sure, or they do in Australia.
Yeah.
As this over begins, first delivery is smacked off to the offside for no run. Yeah, I do enjoy it when they have the chats, but then all of a sudden the player gets involved in the action and then they have to excuse themselves and make a play.
It's the only game in the world where you'd actually mic up a contestant. Just to discuss, so that the TV can discuss how the game's going with somebody actually playing. It's really quite incredible. Can you imagine it in a football match?
It'd be a lot of heavy
Sorry,
breathing.
Lionel.
Yeah.
Can we mic you up for this game?
Well, you could mic up the huddle and kind of hear the play that was being called, although it would be a lot of code and gibberish. You wouldn't necessarily understand what it meant.
Yeah. Afternoon. McCabe goes bigger. It's on the onside, and it does big the boundary rider, and it makes it to the fence, and that's 4 more for the total, and much needed runs for Pembroke. 143 required, but the required rate, well, it's still just, it's under 6.5, and that's not too bad. But they won't want it going sort of 7s and 8s and above.
McCabe's been having a good day, it looks like. His run rate is creeping up towards 100. Big swing at that one. That was pulled to the leg side. Fielder's there to stop it. Just the one. No, but I heard you saying earlier how McCabe was quite circumspect up to his 50, and then he kind of found that 6th gear.
He seems to accelerate a little bit. Pembroke now 122 for 1. Prendergast plays it out square on the offside. Well, once again, the busiest fielder in the ground.
But that often happens here on this side of the ground, the shorter boundary off towards Cyril's Way. That boundary rider usually gets a lot of running in, particularly when the bowling is from this end. McCabe waits.
Slaps it, really. This time the boundary rider on the other side does the work. Lovely afternoon here now. Clouds hardly moving. Wispy little things they are.
And here comes some new gloves and perhaps a message.
Well, certainly new gloves. Sam Murphy it is bringing those out. Zach McCabe taking advantage of a small break. And that was another good over for Pembroke. 8 coming from it.
It's a stunner of a day down here at famous historical Sydney Parade. If you can make it down, highly recommend it. Even if only for a quick stop off on your way somewhere else, or come and stay for a while. Plenty of cricket still left to be played in this game, and it looks like it's going to be closer and closer as we go on.
Well, Toole it is. Change of bowling now at the St John's end. Jonathan, we've been reliably informed.
It's a good name. Jonathan Tall. J. Tall. Tall delivers. That one's cut away to the offside for no run.
Quite a slingy left arm action. Over the wicket to the left-handed McCabe.
Let's see if McCabe wants to have a look at this new bowler or wants to get going.
Plenty of bat in that anyway.
Bit of pad and pad, a little dudump. Drummers would call that a paradiddle. A ba-bump. Kind of like a heartbeat.
Well, James Cresswell saying, great to hear you on the stream, Charlie.
Third delivery. More bat on that one. Down to the leg side, but to the close infielder. So McCabe taking his time, having a look. Left arm spinner. Why not take your time? But the overs are ticking away. Bigger swing there. That's driven straight through down by us. Scooped up and delivered back in for 1 run. You've noticed the darts have returned.
Yes, they have. Routine maintenance must be working okay, because not only did they go that way, but they come back again.
Go the other way. Wow.
So between the two, we reckon that the dart is running fine now. So 21.2 overs remaining.
Short ball, chopped right back to the bowler.
Malahide will really feel that they're still in this. They may not have taken wickets, but they're getting that run rate required creeping up. It's above 6.5 now.
Yeah, there's some hard hit balls here, but everything's on the ground and everything's going for 1. There's kind of a strangly compressed vibe that's kind of happening a little bit.
That's what Malahide are hoping for. Put some real pressure on these batsmen. But then it only takes an over. Zach has had a couple of them where he's taken a couple of boundaries in that over, and it's an amazing way, the way it relieves the pressure. Just have a look at the worm while the batsmen are conferring in the middle. Let's see how tight it is between the two teams.
Absolutely. That worm taking a dip down a little bit. You definitely want something more up and to the right. You're looking for something more like a tech company valuation. You want to be shooting straight up rather than kind of a... We don't want to be paying a dividend with this stock. We want to be zooming to the moon, as somebody might say.
So, as I say, the equation is at the bottom of your screen. Pembroke require 138 from 21 overs at 6.57. That rate's still under control.
How's this bowler here, Kanduja, look today? Seems like he's been pretty efficient.
He's been hard to get away. Just 4 and over. 4.25 and over for his first spell. He's back on now. Prendergast, well, keeping an eye on him to start with.
Now, is that his stock delivery or is that his kind of faster
No,
leg spinner? That's the standard fast leg spinner. That's the way. Bit slower
quick.
that time. And caught, unfortunately.
Well, that is a very soft dismissal from Joe Prendergast. He got too much into the shot and could only lift it back to the bowler. The bowler went down to his knees, caught it, and that's the end of Prendergast. The second wicket falls with the score on 126. And maybe, just maybe, Pembroke having a little bit of a shakedown here.
And do you think that's a case of the bowler starting with that faster ball on purpose, or is the slower ball his change?
Well, either way, the change of pace did the job.
Yeah, Prendergast was just, he was that bit ahead of it, caught it up in the air. I mean, it wasn't super high, but the bowler did a good job getting down to one knee, got right behind it, and collected it pretty routinely.
Well, next batsman heads out. It's Greg Hollins. We saw him do some super work in the field earlier today. But now it's time for him to do some super work with the bat. Pembroke still require 138. They haven't reached the halfway stage. And there are just 20 overs and 4 balls remaining. 124 balls to get 138 runs. If it was an IPL game, you'd say that's no trouble at all.
Yes.
Is that all you want us to get?
But nothing's quite like an IPL game.
Well, isn't that
Very
the truth?
few other things are. It's kind of the... If you watch the IPL thinking you're going to learn anything about your game, you'll be sadly disappointed. Particularly if you watch the highlights, which is just like 1 hour of sixes and wickets. You know, you don't learn a thing.
Except for some of the fielding.
Yeah. Some of the fielding's really exceptional.
Absolutely, and they train for exceptional fielding these days. In my day, it was like long barrier, just stop the ball, that's all we want. Don't worry about it, just stop it and catch it when it comes to you. Now, wow, they are doing things in the field that Well, my old bones just ache watching them sometimes. They throw themselves around. Sam Murphy today had one that was wide and he really stretched out and landed on his elbow sort of thing.
Well, you don't have to be young necessarily to throw yourself around. I throw myself around plenty, but I don't actually successfully make too many plays. If the uniform's not dirty, you haven't played, in my opinion, particularly when you're wearing whites.
Very much so.
That one's driven to the offside. Run a quick single. So Hollins is off the mark. Looks like one more delivery left in this over. Moving of the side screen, the birds keep singing. Not much wind out today. Very still and warm. Fierce mild, I believe, is the technical Irish meteorological term for the current conditions.
Well, you can see from our flags there, there's a bit of a sea breeze coming in from Park Avenue, from Railway Union, and from Dublin Bay. That's well fielded.
A great piece of fielding.
Committed to that. Save certainly a second. And that sea breeze just forces the weather to go either down the valley of the Liffey or around by the mountains. It's amazing how often that sea breeze just is enough to keep the clouds at bay here. We've had days. I remember last year that there was a Saturday afternoon in Leinster, and the only place where any cricket was played was here at Sydney Parade. It was a truncated game, but it was still one that we covered and one that ended up being very important in terms of the league. .128 for 2 then. 20 overs to go. 6.8 is the required. What about it, Ethan? Part of a great opening stand. 70 runs with Zach McCabe.
First delivery of this over is a dot. So the stranglehold continues. Tall deals. Big swing there, but kind of slowed down at the end. Checked himself. Dribbles it to the offside just for 1 run. Almost looks like he was changed his mind mid-shot, but no harm done.
So many times you see that change of mind being fatal to a batsman's chances. When you change your mind, it's very rarely a good thing. Threw it around now from Toole.
Oh, yeah, threw it around. Oh, I like this. It's almost ice skating-like, dancing between the wicket and the umpire. Here we go. Another dot.
Malahide will be delighted with every dot now. It's pushing up the runs required. Very close to 7 and over now. That will just be another single. Fielder in the ring got enough on it to slow it down. The fielder on the boundary was quick enough to get it back in.
Yeah, another hard hit ball, but not quite finding any of the deep gaps. You know, it was a quick call for yes, but there was definitely backup along the boundary. The big hits just aren't coming at the moment.
Inside edge. Nearly falling McCabe on that occasion. Yes. Tool back over the wicket to the left-hander McCabe, and that's pushed into a gap. Easy single taken.
Lovely scoop, but the batter was home. It's always nice to see a one-handed pickup and a quick shovel.
Bare hand.
Oh, yeah. Well, they're all bare hands, aren't they?
3 runs off the over. Not a good over for Pembroke, but a very good one for Malahide. They now see that Pembroke need 133 in 19 overs at 7 runs per over. I'm not sure the pair in the middle know it's 7 runs and over. I don't know how their mathematical skills are, to be honest with you.
That's a message that needs to come in with a glove, maybe. Maybe kind of an emoji written on a piece of paper or something, with like a rocket ship maybe, or something.
Not quite at the rocket ship stage at the moment, but maybe the stagecoach.
I like it.
McCabe still facing, still out there. He's been out there all the time. Been out there for 31 overs so far. His score has moved on to 74.
Kanduja's first delivery is slapped out to the offside for another deep single. We've seen plenty of these in the last 25 minutes. I don't think we've seen anything more than a single in that time since I've sat down.
There was one cut
yeah, there was
across
one boundary down there, yeah.
But it has been a while since there was a boundary.
Part of that's understandable with the new batter Hollins, excuse me. That one's driven off the back foot to the covers. Oh, these names, these positions now. Another back foot drive straight back to the bowler, collected very tidily. Claps from the Malahide fielders, looking to keep the dots going. That was driven off the front foot. Quick call of no. Off-strike runner thought about it, but the fielder was there pretty quickly. That one's past the outstretched hands of the fielder. That one's running deep. Will it get there? No, it looks like it's stopped by the fielder in the deep by his foot. Big throw back in. It'll just be 2. That one could have gotten more, but good work by the fielder on the boundary to keep it from crossing the rope.
Zach McCabe 175 now. Greg Hollins facing the last ball of the over. It's another dot. It's another good over for Malahide. Just 4 coming from it. 135 for 2.
These fast, stingy overs from Malahide continue, just blazing their way through them without Pembroke being able to rack up very many runs.
2 overs till drinks, second drinks break of the innings. And I think that these two will probably like to see it through to drinks, and then after that they can start thinking of taking on this bowling and reducing that target. 717 is the required rate at the moment. Sight screen being moved slightly. Zach McCabe happy. Jonathan Tall it is, with his left arm. Quite a slinging action. Very pronounced curve in his run-up. Nice pick up and save. Couldn't stop the single. So Charlie, you're playing again tomorrow, I believe.
I am. I'll take anybody who'll have me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Any time with a bat in my hand to hit a ball and be in the middle is what I need.
Well, this is dragged across to the leg side. It's away from that boundary rider again, and it crashes into the fence, almost level with the bowler's stumps. Nice shot, 4 runs. It was needed. Need a few more like that, but Greg Hollins sort of a guy, sort of batsman who will take on the bowling. Already there's a change in the field and an extra fielder coming out to the fence on the leg side. This time it takes advantage. And it's just a single.
2 was the call when the ball came off the bat, but the 2 fielders here in front of us were able to converge on it pretty quickly. The fielder who had been dropped back for Hollins has now come back up close to try to cut that single off. Hollins saw the gap immediately, and the very next delivery was placed into it as Tall delivers. That one's driven to the offside, quick single, quick throw, and well backed up by Malahide.
Again, they've been tight in the field. They've done well. Again, the fielder goes back to the fence for Hollins. It's hard to see where the gap is for him. Maybe behind square.
Yeah, he'll have to scoop it here deep to cow if he's going to try to get a boundary here. But these 2 fielders here in front of us have proven that they're more than able to cut off that gap.
Now you see the fielder at cow. He's a good 5 yards in off the fence. Don't think it shows it there. This one played out. fielder on the right-hand side of the screen gets the ball back into the keeper, and just another single. And Malahide are being very good at stopping the boundaries. They don't mind the ones at the moment. Every one is a victory for Malahide. Pembroke need more than one per ball. Just see how the Irish side are getting on. Showing highlights of the first innings there. They must be at an innings break. We'll check the score in a minute. But for the moment, we'll stay here at Sydney Parade.
A bit of whiplash for that Irish men's team. Pakistan, then straight into the Netherlands.
And then straight into the World Cup. Dug out from his feet. It will only be a single. McCabe must be getting quite tired out there now. 77 to his name. He did play himself in. He did all the important work.
5 deliveries to drinks. So these two batters will be maybe a little bit more circumspect over the next 5 deliveries. That one's cut away to the offside for another quick one. A lot of yeah-yeah-yeahs, a lot of ones, a lot of scampering. Malahide seems to be loving it. Pembroke thinking, what do they need to do to pierce this defense? That one smacked away to the onside. Boundary rider is there deep, just for one.
Well, the sight screen move is busy at that end now. A left-handed, right-handed batsman. McCabe facing up. He's on 77. Make that 70. Sorry, he was on the 78. Make that 79. And they go for a second. They get there. And that's 148.
That was a bold, aggressive running call, but McCabe was safely home. It wasn't really a misfield. It just got to the fielder a little bit slow, and they pressed their advantage. Two more deliveries till drinks. McCabe facing. We'll see what happens. Dug out by McCabe to the onside. Just for another single. Sight screen moves again. Field adjusts again.
Last ball
ready for the
drinks.
The right-handed Hollins. Full toss. That one slapped away to the offside. Past the diving close-in fielder. Deep fielder's there. Chucks it in.
Over is called. That will be drinks. 34 overs gone. Pembroke have moved on to 150 for 2. Although you could say it was 3 because Daniel Murray has left the pitch retired hurt. And Pembroke will, after this drinks break, have 16 overs to get 114 runs, and the run rate required now is up as far as 7.12. So you're off to Springsteen now, are you?
you during the week, Charlie? Off 16. You think so?
Well, Charlie is headed off. He's off to the Bruce Springsteen concert. Born to run Charlie, born in the USA. Charlie. Have a great concert. Thanks very much for dropping in. Always great to have somebody beside you in the commentary box. Regale you with anecdotes, stories, or analysis. So, it'll be Jonathan Toole. His 3 overs across 13 runs. And Pembroke are faced with this equation now of 114 from 96 deliveries at 7.12 and over. And we've really reached, I said this game has been simmering. It's starting to, the temperature as it rises on the ground, it's rising in the game. There's going to have to be some blows now from the Pembroke players. They're going to be looking for a second on this, and they will get it. Good fielding. Two more to Hollins, and two more to the total. This one clubbed down to long on, collected at mid on, and another single. Zach McCabe now on 81. Oh, a little bit of a flurry of everything there. Popped up in the air on the leg side. It'll just be a single, cleanly fielded. It's now 4 off 4 deliveries. Well, that's just lifted past the keeper, down the leg side. It's the keeper who's after it, and the Pembroke players will take 3 anyway. Nice shot from Hollins. Sun's starting to go down from its great height. Shadow's getting a little bit longer. Keeper makes it back to his position. Played away on the offside. Just be a single. And he's just 15 overs remaining and still 106 runs required. All right. Bit of discussion going on amongst the Malahide players. Thank you. McCabe on 83 will be facing. Last hour or so of play here today for this weekend. It's been a busy weekend. And it's an even busier week. The women's thirds are here on Wednesday. The women's firsts are here on Thursday. I feel like that Paddy Power advert for... And then the big one on Friday when Ireland over 50s take on England over 50s. And then on Saturday... we're back to Pembroke Club cricket, and then the big one on Sunday. Games coming fast and furious. Bit of discussion amongst the Malahide players, bit of advice maybe. Collins will be looking to go over the fielder at mid-wicket and run it down to the Willfield Road gate. On this occasion, he just drops it into the leg side and takes the single, gives the strike back to McCabe. With single to the offside. 3 singles off 3 balls. Malahide won't mind that.
That's really good. That's still. Nothing wrong there.
Well, the bowler got into his stride and then felt wrong, so he stopped there. Hollard into his 8th over now. 1 for 29. He's bowled well. A small delay. Back to the action. Well pitched up by Hollard, and Hollins just plays it back down the pitch. Dot balls, even singles, almost count as Malahide mini victories at this stage. They have to keep pushing that run rate higher and higher. They have to make the batsmen take more chances. Another one just dropped into the leg side and the single taken easily. The score now 161 for 2. 14.1 overs remaining. Fired in that bit more. This time it beats the 2 fielders in the ring. It's running down towards the rope. Whether the fielder will get there first. They do. That's the end of the over. Well, that one was even Stevens. 7 coming from it. And suddenly the runs required drops below into double digits. 99 required now from 14 overs. Malahide would love nothing more than to take a wicket now. This one played into the leg side off the inside edge, squeezed out for a single. Tall into his 5th over now. He's only gone for 22 from 25 deliveries. And now for Hollins, the field spreads again. This time played into the offside. The fielder comes in very quickly. There is an appeal. Zach McCabe has been out there now for nearly 40 overs, and Greg Hollins is expecting him to run very quickly here. Just pushed into the offside. He goes for the run. No dive required, but just about gets in. Yeah. However, all very well to say that here. That's what the umpires decide in the middle, if they see it that way. This time it's straight to the fielder, and this is a dot ball, and that elicits a few claps around the Malahide fielders. McCabe now on 89. Nervous 80s. Took him a while to get through the 40s to 50. Well, the same happened with the 90s. Pembroke can ill afford that now. He clips that one away. Fielder on the boundary again. Very busy, but very good. Good arm. Ball to come in the over. Just the 3 runs from it so far. Goes for the sweep. A little bit of everything in there. Couldn't get hold of the sweep. The over is gone. There are 13 remaining and 96 required. And now they do need to press the accelerator. McCabe looks at the board. He sees his own number up there. He's on 90. Can he be the 3rd centurion for Pembroke this weekend at Sydney Parade? Or anywhere, actually. Thirteen overs to go. Change of bowling now. The first ball's a dot ball. Kumar has come back on. He only conceded 4 and over. Oh, there's an overthrow. It's wide awake batting from the 2 of them. That'll bring Hollins on strike. 168 for 2. That required run rate now getting ever closer to 7.5. Must be nice to have your own personal window closer. No, just you. Bit of sun glare off the windows in the pavilion. This one played into the offside. The fielder is there. He doesn't pick it up cleanly, but they'd have got through for the single anyway. It's been a long while since Pembroke scored a boundary. Two boundaries in the last 7 overs. Tells its own story. Well, there you go. You say it here, it happens there. Beautiful shot from McCabe. Takes him on to 97. Cleared the fielder. And Pembroke needed that, if only for a morale boost. He's onto it so quickly, and it disappears over the fence. Hits the chain mail. Bump ball on this occasion. Zach McCabe, 97 from 107. Going really well today. He's been there since the start. And that's another over has gone by. And with 12 overs to go, or rather 72 balls, 88 runs required. Pembroke have plenty of wickets in hand. Although it says 2 on the screen, you have to remember that Dan Murray came in at number 3. He scored 11 and then went down with cramp, and he's back on the sidelines. One wonders when he'll reappear and if he'll be needed to reappear. The big question at the moment, Zach McCabe. He's on 97. And he's looking to become the 3rd Centurion in Sydney Parade this weekend after Tim Tector and then Nick Stapleton both managed it yesterday for the Ones in their Irish Senior Cup Bob Kerr game against Coleraine. And now today, Zach McCabe, 97, putting his hand up for inclusion in that senior squad. He's a super fielder as well. But right now, Greg Hollins facing. Blocks it down and takes the single. Are you safe, are you? You've won. Well, that's enough then.
2-1.
Excellent.
Fulham also beat Luton Material. We lost in that, but City are 3-1 over West Ham. Okay, so that's it. So
Cameron Shoebridge it is from the St John's end. And this will be 2 to Pembroke on this occasion. The boundary rider does his job, but he had a long distance to go. And the throw back hits the batsman on the head. Zach McCabe now on 99. Cameron Shoebridge to continue. Gets that one through to the keeper. And there it is, and there is the applause. Zach McCabe onto 100 not out off 111 balls. He has scored 8 fours and no sixes. Well, that's beautifully played by Hollins. He gets just the finest of edges on it. It flies down to the boundary. 4 runs there as well. Pembroke needed that. That turns this into a good over. 8 runs from it, and Zach McCabe reaching his ton. Greg Hollins, he's moved on to 28 from 28. And he's only accelerating the longer he's there. Shoebridge goes short, and he shouldn't have done, because that one clears the fence again. It's another 6, and that is a great over for Pembroke then. So 10-16 from it. The score moves on to 190 for 2, and with 11 overs to go, 74 required. And the run rate required has once again dipped below 7. It's now down at 6.73. And here is this beautiful shot. Shoebridge just going too short, and Hollins onto it straight away and pulled it straight onto Cyril's way. Scattered a bit of the crowd. Well, that brings the equation much closer to Pembroke's liking. 16 off that Cameron Shoebridge over. You wonder if the Malahide captain will risk another one with him. But for now, it will be Zach McCabe on 100, facing the bowling of Kumar, who has 0 for 24. Single taken down to short third. 65 balls left now, 73 runs required. Pembroke would feel that it's their game at the moment. But a couple of wickets would really put the cat amongst the pigeons. This one just pulled out on the leg side. And now Zach McCabe, he's reached his century. He can really free his arms if he has any energy left. You're out there an awful long time for a century. He's gone big down the ground. The fielder is there. And that ends McCabe's innings. He's out for 101. He's caught down at long on. A nice touch from the Malahide wicketkeeper, going up and congratulating Zach, as is a couple of other players as well. A fine innings, third century of the weekend for Pembroke. He joins Stapleton and Tector as Centurions in May of 2024. He'll get a good round of applause as he leaves the pitch. There's a few in the crowd now who will have appreciated that knock. He'd been out there for 39 and a half overs, and here he is now. Well, he's made his way back into the dressing rooms after this wicket. Tried to get under it, tried to lift it for 6, but just found the fielder. Who took the catch, much to the relief of his teammates. So 192 for 3 now. New batsman out to the middle is Sam Murphy. Zach, the partner in crime of Sam. One replaces the other. One left-hander to another. 72 still required. Pembroke have 10 and a half overs in which to do that. A little bit of confusion to start. These two may not have batted together before. This one squirted out on the offside. They'll take the single. One ball left in this over. Play back past the bowler. It will just be a single down the ground. Ireland managed to get to 180 for 8. 150 for 8. So the Dutch will feel good about chasing that down, I suspect. They'll Take some tight bowling from the Irish camp. 10 overs remain, 70 runs required, and you don't need a Michael Clark to work out at what rate they're going to have to do this at. Played down the ground for another single. Another left-right combination. Pembroke have managed this all the way through, as far as I know. Well, of course they have. You had Zach McCabe in from the start, left-handed, and when he got out, Sam Murphy came in. The other end has been a procession of right-handers. Straight back from Murphy on this occasion. Cameron Shoebridge being given a second over despite his first going for 15. And it seems to be paying off for the Malahide captain at the moment. Just one off the first two balls. Well, Murphy has run out. Hollins called him through. He was told no, and then Murphy decided the best thing to do was to sacrifice his own wicket and leave Hollins there. Hollins on 27. Murphy was at the start of his innings, and he heads back. And Pembroke now 195 for 4. They did not need that. That is a great fillip to the Malahide side. And he had plenty of time to collect the ball and then, well, destroy the stumps and throw the ball down. Murphy trudges off. Unfortunate. But it means Hollins gains a new partner with 9.5 overs remaining. 69 runs required. Good evening, James. I'd like to thank Charlie for his stint on the mic today. In fact, also Jake Bell, who took over for a couple of overs. Allowed a small break to be taken by myself. But Charlie came in on his way through. Always changes the dynamic when you have two people on the mics. A bit more back and forth, a bit less of my monotonous voice going on and on. It's Bruce Whaley who's gone out to the middle to join Greg Hollins. Sam Murphy. Sacrificed himself in the end. Footballing skills paying off. But Whaley gets down that end. Another single. You see it here. Jammed down, and Whaley is off straight away. Hollins not quite as short. Bat was down. It's home safely. Well, this over has been far more successful for Cameron Shoebridge. And for Malahide, just 2 runs from the 5 balls. And also the wicket of Sam Murphy. And now Bruce Whaley hasn't got long to play himself in. And he'll take the leg by. And that will close out the over. And the score is 197 for 4. Leinster have beaten Longford. Bruce Whaley, known as an attacking stroke maker. He takes the single down the ground to start with. Kumar doesn't want to leave anything wide. If he goes through the ring on the offside, boundary rider very much in front of square. Call for 2 this time. He's going for it, Bruce Whaley. Speed of youth gets in there. Another 2 runs. 3 off the first 2 balls. 200 up for Pembroke now. 64 required from 52. And it's 7.3 and over. Search for runs goes on for Pembroke. Whaley's going to be looking for 2 on this occasion. Hollins says no. Four off 3. And he's bowled him. Big hoik across the line, and Bruce Whaley fails to make contact. 201 for 5 now. And Dan Murray, still a question mark as to whether he'll make it back to the middle. Bruce Whaley falls for 1. .2 overs remain. Still 63 required for victory at nearly 7.5 and over. And here you'll see this shot just across the line, hoping to hoik it out to Cow. And he missed it, and it crashed into his leg stump, and he didn't even turn round. The noise of leather hitting ash was enough to send him on his way. New batsman comes out now, Dale McDonough. Plenty of experience there. He could be just the man that Pembroke need. Thank you very much to those of you who have subscribed today. Our total up to 932. Please do spread the word. That target of 1,000 getting closer and closer. We started this season with 777, so we've done super work to get it up to 932. A few of you might be abroad. And remember that subscribing to this channel allows you to pass comments on it. This game now is really bubbling up nicely. There are 50 balls remaining and 63 runs required and 5 wickets in hand, including the injured, cramping Dan Murray. Kumar comes in. And the umpire's giving him out. He's out. Second ball. It is. McDonough goes very early on, and Pembroke now 6 down. Are they about to implode? The pressure that Malahide have gradually increased throughout this inning starting to pay off, and wickets tumbling now for Pembroke, and they need somebody to come in and steady the ship.
No, replay. Oh, hang on, it's here.
Well, another wicket has fallen. Another batsman comes out to the middle. Greg Collins almost running out of partners at this stage. Mark Berry it is who's come in now. Where's Noah? Pembroke. Still plenty of batting to come in this Pembroke side, but they wouldn't want to use all of it. Just 8 overs remain now. 63 required. Evening, Ed. This game getting tighter and tighter. Really going down to the wire here now in Pembroke in Sydney Parade. A sunny, lovely late May evening. Collins on strike. Berry has joined him. But this has been a fabulous performance from Malahide in the field. They really have sort of strangled. Good bowling from Shoebridge again. Now Mark Berry in at number 8, or number 9 really. Yeah, 9. So Smith and Flanagan at 10 and 11. And Murray, we don't know what the situation is with him at the moment. Greg Collins has moved on to 42. It's not him facing at the moment. It's Mark Berry. And he gets enough on it to send it to the boundary, and that's a welcome boundary for Pembroke. 4 runs. And they needed that. Berry collects 4 from his first delivery. I know his third man's gone a lot finer now. And lets that one go through to the keeper. Dot ball. Cameron Shoebridge bowling very well from this St John's end in the dying moments of this game. Oh, it's put down by the keeper. There was a cry of catch. It flies through. Another run. .42 off 37. Greg Collins doing exactly what his captain sent him out there to do. Man goes out to the fence at Cow Corner. Shoebridge comes in. Another one right up in the block hole. Hard to do anything with that. Runs it down to third, just a single. Seven from the over so far. Pembroke would love to see another boundary. Another one right in the block hole. Another one played down to third and another single. That's all it will be. Well, good over from Pembroke. 8 coming from it. We needed that. We need another big over somewhere. There's 7 to go now. They still require 55 runs. They're on 209 for 6. But do remember that Dan Murray left retired hurt earlier on, so that may in fact be 7 wickets down. And Malahide would feel that they really are back in this game and they could possibly strangle Pembroke from here. .86. 7 overs then to get 55 runs. Berry tries going down the track to the bat bowler. He gets a dot ball past him. Run rate now. It's crept above 8 and over with that dot ball. Kumar 3 for 32 so far today. Done a super job for his side. But you get more and more the feeling that Pembroke's hopes are pinned on Greg Hollins. Zach McCabe with a century earlier, out for 101. .40 balls remaining now in this game. Wicketkeeper doing a good job to prevent a second run. Now Berry back on strike, and there's been only 2 runs from the first 3 balls. Pembroke need a boundary here, otherwise this game is going to start really slipping away. The Cry's run rate going up all the time. This one again, right up in the block hole. Again, another single. Pembroke going to fall short in this chase. Still 52 required. 38 balls. Well, he's gone straight this time. There is a fielder underneath it, but they needn't be. It goes straight into the chainmail fence. 6 runs for Greg Hollins. That brings up his half century. Well deserved. He's done it at quite a rate. He's done it at 125, and that is exactly what Pembroke needed. And that 6 itself, that's a big help. 9 runs from the over now, and still a ball to go. Live scoring not quite up to date with the live action. And there it is. Greg Hollins, 50 from 40 deliveries. They're going to need some more blows like that. Obviously couldn't find that one. I thought it hit the fence and came back again. Another full pitch delivery, and this time it's turned around the corner and it's another boundary. And how Pembroke have needed this. 10 off those last two deliveries make a big difference. Hollins moves to 54, 2-2-2 for 6 with just 6 overs remaining. Turn that one round the corner. It ran over the rope. 4 more onto the total. End of the over. 6 overs to go then, and 42 required. Back down to 7 runs and over, and have those last two deliveries swung the balance back towards Pembroke. 42 then required off 36, as I say, in an IPL game or a T20 game. Your money would very much be on the batting side. But Malahide have been so disciplined in the field, so tight, that they really have put Pembroke under a huge amount of pressure. Now, it could be that Pembroke have timed this chase superbly well, but I'm sure Captain Joe Prendergast would have liked to reach there a little bit earlier. Kumar to continue. Oh no, Shoebridge, Cameron Shoebridge to continue from the St John's end. After an expensive first over, he's found his line and length and really is doing well now. Dot ball. Well, we said this game was simmering. It's now bubbling up to a fascinating finish. Pembroke 2-2-2. 6 or 7 wickets down, depending on the fitness of Dan Murray. Still Noah Smith to come out. He's having a good year with the bat. But do you really want to come out when you've got no time to play yourself in? This one is hit away on the offside. There is a fielder there. It will just be a single.
You're just dying to find
You want a super over in it, don't you? These should be super overs if they land. They really should.
What does it go on first? If the scores are tied, does it go on wickets?
Oh, I don't know.
I'm sure the umpires know.
I'm sure they do. This one's in the air. It's down the ground. The player could get to it. He's taken the catch. And that's the end of Greg Hollins, and maybe the end of Pembroke's hopes. 7 down now. Hollins departs for 54. He really tried to get more of that. Not enough power into it, and it fell into the fielder's hands, and he was safe pair of hands. And again, Malahide's ground fielding has been excellent today, and it's what's really kept them in this game. The field set by the captain, and the plays by the fielders themselves. Well, it looks like it is Noah Smith to come out next. Noah Smith more than capable, as we see the demise of Greg Hollins after his super knock of 54. And now the hopes of Pembroke rest on Smith and Berry. Berry and Smith. It sounds like a exotic Chris company. Well, Smith takes his guard. He has the hopes of the Pembroke seconds with him now. Which way do you think this game is going to go? There's 38 devices out there. Some of them have got to be subscribers who can contribute to the group chat, the live chat on YouTube. Another dot ball. Smith plays that one away. It's just one run from the first 4 balls. Cow corner is open for Smith if he wants to take it over the ring. This one played away off the edge of the bat. Down to a gully region. Single. That brings Berry back on strike. He's 9 off 9. Last ball of this over. There have best been 2 runs from it so far. Cameron Shoebridge coming back from the first over where he conceded 15. He's learnt not to put anything too short. Berry on this occasion plays it away on the offside. They take the single. That's the end of the over. And with 5 overs to go, Pembroke require 39 runs. A quick poll in the media centre. Who's your winner here from here? Does Dan Murray get off his sick bed like Lazarus, come out and hit the final 6 to win the game? Well, 30 balls to get 39 runs. But Malahide have been so good in the field. It's not going to be easy. Good finish, isn't it? How's Joe? That's good. Oh, she is, isn't she? Just when you think it's going well is when it crashes. When you think you're in form is when you get the duck. Yep. The sun will come up again.
69 for 2, and Mr. Hand is bowling.
Oh, it's lifted out. The fielder is there. He takes the simplest of catches, and Mark Berry disappears. And Pembroke are now 8 down. It'll be Boric Flanagan to come in. And this game really just slipping away from Pembroke now. Now, just remember, one of the differences between the 2 teams has been the amount of extras. Well, Dan Murray is resuming. He's 18 off 26. Whoa. He had cramp earlier on. And it's a procession of late wickets that really has cost Pembroke. They're 8 down now. There have been 6 extras. So that's a swing of 30 between the 2 innings. And if Pembroke had, well, 30 less to chase, they'd be looking for 9 off 4.5 overs. And we'd be thinking that they were home and hosed. But they didn't. They conceded 36 extras. Malahide conceded 6. And that could end up being the difference in this game. this is clubbed out to the leg side, but there is a boundary rider there. He misfields it, but it doesn't cost any more runs. The first one having been jogged so quickly. Brings Noah Smith onto strike. Straight back to the bowler for a dot ball. This is in the air on the offside. There is a boundary rider there. It will just be another single. And Malahide have bowled so well to their field today. Captain's done a fabulous job for Malahide. He's kept them in the game with field setting, not allowing boundaries to flow. And that one's hit big out towards the Willfield Road gate, and that is for a maximum. Pembroke needed that, and they needed that badly. 31 required now from 25 balls. And here is a replay of that very shot. Dan Murray, long levers, takes it on. Still 8.5 required and over. They need to get something from these 2 balls remaining here. 8 from this over already. But there was also the loss of the wicket from the first ball. And they take the single. 9 from the over. 4 overs remain, 30 required at 7.5. Oh. Getting exciting now. That video number 3 today. Oh, right. Oh, you're looking at social media. Well, there are the worms. It's very tight. It has been all the way along. Pembroke have sort of held on to Malahide's coattails. Lost those bunches of wickets in the last few overs. Hasn't been a help. Who? He may be. Two, 3, 4 for 8. Dan Murray back in the middle. Came in at number 3 today, I think. Was it 3? And then retired hurt. Waves about at that one going past him quite quickly. Shoebridge, as I say, his first over went for 15. His next 3 and a bit have gone for 12. It's been exactly what Malahide were looking for since that first over. Dan Murray now be looking out to Cal. Again, well backed, good fielding by Malahide, just a single. But Pembroke need more than singles now. They need to be finding the rope. Shoebridge, I suspect he's going to bowl through to the end. It's played away off the edge. It's running down towards the boundary. It's going to make it. It's 4 more. Noah Smith picking up a lovely 4, guided down to third man. 25 required. The countdown is on. The tension you can feel up at the clubhouse now and along the wall. Sizable crowd being entertained by this second 11 game in the Senior 2 Cup. Malahide having made 263 in their allotted overs, all out in the last over. And Smith gets cleaned up. Shoebridge picks up another one. And that's 9 down and still 25 required. Super delivery right up in the block hole. Smith needing to score, couldn't really do much about it. And that leaves Porritt Flanagan to come out now. And it will have to be a last wicket stand of some proportion. 25 required, but here is the delivery that was good enough to see the end of Noah. Smith tailed back in, hit the leg stump. It was the length that did Smith. Now Porritt Flanagan did his bit with the ball earlier. In the seconds game, that was a cracking game. He dragged YM back into that game. And here he is batting number 11 for the Pembroke seconds. Shoebridge now, well, he's got his tail up. He may have gone for 5 in the over, but he's taken the wicket. And now they're just 1 ball away from victory and progression in the Senior 2 Cup. So close to the end of the weekend's excitement. First having a somewhat one-sided win against Coleraine yesterday. And today we've seen a cracking close game. Single taken. 19 balls remain. 24 required. But just as importantly, only 1 wicket to spare. This is it. Either of these two get out now. That's the game. 240 for 9, 24 required. That one's played down to third. It will be a single. Dan Murray, I feel not quite comfortable. It was legs. So now 3 overs to go. 1 wicket in hand and 23 runs required. Everybody on the sidelines is watching now. And we hope that you're enjoying this at home or wherever you are. Queuing up for Bruce Springsteen. So 18 deliveries to go. They've returned to their opening bowler. He's 3 overs left. He can only bowl 2 of them. Dan Murray now with the hopes of Pembroke seconds relying on him. And Porritt Flanagan. Murray concentrating. Well, the first one is a bit short. It's played out to the leg side, but the boundary rider gets it in with only a single conceded. And again, it's the lack of boundaries from the... It's amazing, really, when you think that they scored 48 boundaries the first 11 yesterday. And today, I wouldn't say the figures are anything like that. Well, the Garda helicopter is over Croke Park, keeping an eye out for Charlie in the queue. And this is paid round to the side. There'll be, oh, there's no 2. Murray keeping the strike. They just take the single. 21 required now. Again, singles really a victory for Malahide. Number of balls remaining, just dropping away for Pembroke now. Another short one, played round to the leg side. There should be 2 on this. They're definitely going to take the 2 this time. They do. And that's 2 more. 18 required off 14. Sent back very wisely on this occasion. And just one ball remaining in this over. Much better ball, another dot ball, another victory for Malahide, and Pembroke will require 18 from the last 2 overs, and they still just have that 1 wicket in hand. Well, it looks like it's down to Dan Murray now. He's reached 30. Pembroke needing to reach 40 odd. Well, we've been asking for a last over game for a while, and today perhaps we have it. I think it's done on wickets.
Oh, it's quite possibly.
It's quite possibly wickets, or count back to 25 overs, or so many different ways they can do this. Malahide making a change of the bowling. Cameron Shoebridge again. And why wouldn't it be? He's done a super job for his team. Even under this assault, 2 for 34. Let's type in result. Draw, tie, perhaps. Well, it's a big shot. It's into open turf. There'll be 2 there, surely. But it doesn't make the boundary. But 2 more to Pembroke. 16 off 11 now. Well, Murray's only going to go one way about this now. He's going to go big. It's going to be death or glory for Dan Murray. Checking the field, where they are, where the gaps are. So if Pembroke equal them. Played away on the offside, it beats the fielder. There is a cover fielder out there. He is going to pick that up, but they're going to pick up another 2. And they stick with 2. He has a very good arm out there. 2 more. No, it was to tilt it more than anything else. Murray again facing. Murray again getting it on it. They're going to take the single. Fielder misfields and lets them through quite handily for that. And suddenly it's 13 required from 9 deliveries. Lots of discussion now amongst the Malahide fielders. They really want to keep Flanagan on strike here. They feel that they want to go after the number 11. And it's a big blow down the ground. It's going to be caught by the fielder. It's not going to make the boundary, but they're going to pick up another 2. Excellent work from Flanagan. 11 required. 11 for victory. It could actually be 10 for victory. Dot ball on this occasion. One more ball in the over. Pembroke have taken 7 from it. No, the next one's the last over. All options still open to us. If the scores are level, then it goes down to wickets.
Super over.
Another dot ball.
So a 6-4, a wicket at a super over.
Super over.
So super over is a possibility. Pembroke need 11 from victory from 6 balls. Well, Dan Murray will face, will he? Flanagan it is who will face the first delivery. They need 11 off 6 for victory within the allotted 50 overs. If they get 10 and don't lose a wicket, they'll go through on least wickets lost. And if they get 10 and lose a wicket, we could see. Have we covered a super over before? We haven't, have we? Well, it's been a tight game. Neither side has really taken this game by the scruff of the neck and sort of powered on. It's been nip and tuck all the way through. Pembroke Fifths suffered the heartbreak of a 2-run defeat yesterday down in Lucan. What sort of fate now awaits these second 11s? Well, now 10 runs from 5 balls. Big blowout in the offside, but there is a fielder there. It will only be a single. 4 balls to get 9 runs. Wow, the reverse sweep comes out from Dan Murray and it crosses the boundary. And what a shot that is at what a time. That is just amazing. It now means that Pembroke need 5 from 3 deliveries as Murray reverse sweeps that beautifully. You see the shot here. The nerve. Absolutely calm as a cucumber, Dan Murray. Reverse swept that one over the fielder. It ran away for 4. And now Pembroke require 5 runs from 3 deliveries. But it can't be done. Dan Murray dejected as he loses his stumps. Full length ball, and Malahide are triumphant. They have won by 4 runs in an enthralling game of cricket. It's been a super knock from Dan Murray. He really did do his best to get his side back into it. But it wasn't to be. Malahide, deserved winners. They got themselves up. And the difference between the two sides? Extras. A difference of 30 in the extras was just too much of a handicap for Pembroke to overcome. And here you see the end of the game. 3 balls remaining, 5 required. And he just got that one onto the pads. And Dan Murray, devastated. He thought he had the chance there to lead his side to victory. It wasn't to be, and it will be Malahide seconds who go into the second round of the Senior 2 Cup, and we wish them all the very best. They were a fine team. They worked together and their ground fielding was excellent. Very well done to them. And they'll go back across the Liffey. Very, very happy. Dan Murray still feeling a bit down, but his teammates will tell him he did a good job. It just wasn't to be today. In cricket, she's a tough taskmaster. So with 2 balls remaining, Pembroke fall 4 short, bowled out for 259, just 4 runs behind the total that Malahide had put up in the first innings. Well, I'd like to thank Niall and Charlie and especially Jake Bell today. And we've had great fun this weekend covering 2 fabulous games. And of course, our stand-in director, camera person and setup and breakdown expert, Amanda Dunlop, without whose support I certainly couldn't be here. A lovely day, lovely evening, great way to finish the weekend. A good win for the first and a tight game for the seconds, but they failed to progress any further in the Senior 2 Cup. So thank you for joining us. If you joined us this weekend for the first time, don't forget to like and subscribe. Otherwise, we'll say good night to you. I shall take a break, let my voice recover before Wednesday when we see the women's thirds down here in the evening. Thursday, we see the women's firsts in the evening. And then on Friday, it's the Ireland over 50s against the England over 50s in a game here at Sydney Parade. And then next Saturday and Sunday, well, we'll see who's playing then. There is the Malahide card. Well, Riley Shoebridge, his half-century was vital, just as Timothy Kandula, his 45 at the top of the innings was good. 40 extras. 40 extras, just too many. A handicap that Pembroke couldn't overcome in the second half. So I'll let Niall take you through the cards, and I, for one, will say good night, and we'll talk to you again soon. Thank you.